Good evening, esteemed companions. Tonight, we shall embark upon a deliberate and gentle expedition through the venerable realms of ancient myth and tranquil history. Please dim your ambient lighting and nestle comfortably beneath your chosen coverings. Permit the day's cacophony to recede into oblivion. As we make our preparations for this immersive journey into the serene expanse of Greek mythology, allow your consciousness to meander across the time-worn marble thoroughfares and verdant olive groves of an era characterized by its profound simplicity. These narratives have been tenderly recounted for millennia, lovingly transmitted from matriarch to offspring in the soft, flickering luminescence of domestic hearths. Now, I invite you to subtly reduce the illumination. Perhaps activate a fan to provide that gentle, rhythmic background hum. And with that, our narrative shall commence. In the primordial epoch, preceding the advent of deities, the emergence of humanity, or even the twinkling constellations adorning the nocturnal firmament, there existed solely chaos. This was not the disarray one might associate with a teenager's untidy sleeping quarters, but rather an profound, abyssal void. It resembled an unformed chamber devoid of boundaries, no enclosing walls, no overhead canopy, no foundational floor, merely an boundless expanse of nothingness. From this absolute non-existence, the earth materialized. She was not a sentient being akin to you or me. Envision her as the very ground beneath your feet at this present moment. The fertile soil nourishing botanical life. The geological formations of every coastline and mountainous peak. Gaia was initially somnolent, much like you might be experiencing now, existing in a state of quietude, occasionally extending her vast form. Adjacent to Gaia, Tartarus emerged, a nebulous, melancholic chasm situated far beneath the Earth's surface. Concurrently, Eros manifested, less a personification and more an intrinsic sensation, the inaugural stirrings of attraction or inherent connection between disparate elements, and alongside these primordial entities were night and day, and Erebus, which represented the enveloping darkness that permeated every empty recess. Gaia, experiencing a profound solitude in her singular existence, brought forth Uranus, the sky. He unfurled himself as a cerulean canopy above her, punctuated by ephemeral clouds during daylight hours and studded with luminous stars by night. Together, Gaia and Uranus constituted the primordial pair. The earth and the sky, perpetually conjoined at the horizon, eternally inseparable. From their union sprang forth a multitude of offspring, a veritable throng of progeny. Foremost among them were the 12 Titans. These were colossal entities, not quite fully divine, yet certainly transcending mere natural phenomena. Their appellations were straightforward. Oceanus presided as the Titan of the immense river believed to circumscribe the world. Hyperion was recognized as the Titan of light. Mnemosyne held the domain of memory. She possessed an unparalleled recollection of all that had ever transpired. Imagine the sheer mental exertion required to recall every action you have ever performed, or every sight you have ever witnessed. That would undoubtedly prove quite exhausting, would it not? Subsequent to the Titans, Gaia and Uranus bore the Cyclopes, gargantuan beings distinguished by a singular eye centrally positioned upon their foreheads. They were not the terrifying monstrosities that later mythologies would portray. Instead, they were skilled artisans, adept at working with metallic ores and lithic materials within their secluded forges nestled beneath mountainous terrains. Following them came the hecatonchires, a rather cumbersome appellation for giants endowed with 50 heads and 100 arms apiece. Just imagine the logistical challenge of sourcing appropriately sized garments. Uranus, regrettably, proved to be a less than exemplary paternal figure. He harbored a distinct aversion towards his children, particularly those of unconventional appearance. He forcibly relegated the Cyclopes and the hecatonchires deep into Tartarus, that somber abyss, to spare himself the sight of them. This act caused Gaia immense sorrow, for these too were her beloved progeny. Consequently, Gaia devised a stratagem. She conferred with her children, the Titans, inquiring if any would lend their assistance against their tyrannical father. Only the youngest, Cronus, assented to her plea. She furnished him with a stone sickle, a crescent-shaped cutting implement analogous to those employed by agriculturists for harvesting grain. When night descended and Uranus lowered himself to embrace Gaia, Cronus utilized the sickle to sever his father from his mother. Uranus, wounded, retreated into the celestial expanse, and thus the earth and sky were no longer in perpetual contact. As Uranus ascended, he issued a dire prophecy, foretelling that Cronus would, in due course, be deposed by his own offspring, mirroring the fate he had inflicted upon his progenitor. Cronus now assumed the mantle of king over the Titans. He entered into matrimony with his sister Rhea, a common practice among divine beings in these ancient narratives, although our contemporary understanding dictates otherwise. They commenced procreating, giving birth to the first generation of gods. However, Cronus, haunted by his father's prediction, harbored an intense dread of being overthrown. Therefore, as each child was born, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, Cronus would consume them whole. There was no mastication or any other unpleasantness. They would simply vanish down his gullet into his abdomen, where they remained fully sentient, but utterly incapable of escape. Rhea found this abhorrent. These were her children, and she yearned to nurture them, to witness their maturation. When her sixth child, Zeus, was on the verge of birth, she formulated a clandestine scheme. She journeyed to Crete to give birth in secrecy, concealing the infant in a cavern where he was nurtured by sylvan nymphs and a she-goat named Amalthea, who provided life-sustaining milk. Instead of presenting Zeus to Cronus, she ingeniously wrapped a stone in swaddling blankets and offered that to him instead. Cronus, not scrutinizing the bundle with sufficient care, swallowed the stone, convinced he had averted the prophesied threat. Zeus flourished on Crete, developing formidable strength and keen intellect. Upon reaching adulthood, he approached his father, adopting the guise of a cupbearer, an attendant responsible for serving beverages at a celebratory feast. He presented Cronus with a unique concoction, a drink infused with potent mustard and salt, which induced such profound nausea in the Titan that he violently regurgitated everything within his stomach. First emerged the stone, followed by Zeus's 5 siblings, all now fully grown after their prolonged confinement within their father's interior. United, Zeus and his siblings engaged in a protracted conflict against Cronus and the other Titans, a decade-long struggle known as the Titanomachy. This was not a conventional war fought by human armies with terrestrial weaponry. It was more akin to nature itself in a state of violent opposition. Tempestuous storms clashing with immovable mountains, vast oceans surging against the land, and bolts of lightning rending the ancient earth. The gods liberated the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires from Tartarus, and with their invaluable aid, they ultimately prevailed. The vanquished Titans were consigned to Tartarus, with the exception of a select few who had abstained from opposing the nascent gods. Atlas, a prominent Titan general, was subjected to a singular and arduous penalty. He was condemned to forever support the celestial sphere, standing perpetually at the westernmost periphery of the world. Subsequently, the gods proceeded to apportion the world among themselves. They drew lots, a method akin to drawing straws, to determine who would govern which domain. Zeus ascended as the sovereign of the gods and the ruler of the sky and the formidable thunder. Poseidon was granted dominion over the expansive seas and all aquatic realms. Hades received the underworld, the somber dominion of the departed. Hestia diligently tended the sacred hearthfire, the symbolic nucleus of home and kinship. Demeter oversaw the bounty of the harvest and all burgeoning vegetation. And Hera, well, Hera eventually became Zeus's consort, though that matrimonial union unfolded later, and it was not invariably a joyous partnership. These six, Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera, constituted the inaugural Olympians, so named after Mount Olympus, where they established their celestial abode. This was not a tangible dwelling akin to your own residence. Mount Olympus served simultaneously as a geographical peak in Greece and a metaphorical sanctuary situated above the clouds, a place where the gods resided in perfect beatitude, never experiencing excessive heat or cold, never afflicted by hunger or thirst, perpetually serenaded by exquisite music, and partaking of ambrosial nectar and sustenance. As the eons unfolded, additional deities joined the Olympian pantheon. Zeus fathered numerous progeny with a diverse array of goddesses and mortal women. Among these were Apollo, the deity of musical harmony and prophetic insight; Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and the resplendent moon; Athena, the sagacious goddess of wisdom, who famously emerged directly from Zeus's cranium; Ares, the formidable god of warfare; Hermes, the swift messenger of the gods; and Dionysus, the exuberant god of viniculture and revelry. The gods, in their emotional landscape, were strikingly similar to human beings. They succumbed to the pangs of love. They experienced the bitter sting of jealousy. They engaged in heated disputes and subsequently reconciled. The primary distinction lay in their eternal existence and their possession of extraordinary capabilities. Oh, and when their wrath was kindled, their divine tantrums could precipitate violent tempests, seismic tremors, or devastating droughts, a rather inconvenient state of affairs for the mortal inhabitants below. Regarding mortals, human beings do not make their appearance until relatively late in this grand narrative. There exist various mythological accounts concerning the genesis of humanity. Some traditions posit that Prometheus, a titan who allied himself with the gods, fashioned people from clay, and Athena subsequently infused them with the breath of life. Other myths suggest that humans sprang from the earth, following one of the many deluges that frequently feature in Greek mythological cycles. Prometheus emerged as humanity's most steadfast advocate among the immortal beings. He cunningly deceived Zeus into accepting the less desirable portions of sacrificial animals, thereby reserving the choicest meats for human consumption. And most significantly, he audaciously purloined fire from the gods and bestowed it upon humankind, enabling them to prepare food, maintain warmth, and ultimately foster technological advancement and the development of civilization. Zeus was incandescent with rage over this transgression, and consequently punished Prometheus by chaining him to a mountain, where an eagle would daily devour his liver, which would regenerate each night, thereby perpetuating the agonizing torment. Zeus also exacted retribution upon humanity by creating Pandora, the first woman in this specific iteration of the myth, and entrusting her with a jar, frequently misconstrued as a box, containing all the world's calamities: disease, the infirmities of old age, arduous labor, and profound suffering. When her innate curiosity ultimately triumphed and she unsealed the jar, these myriad afflictions escaped and dispersed throughout the terrestrial sphere. Only hope, resilient and unwavering, remained confined within. The epoch when divine beings openly coexisted with humanity was known as the Golden Age, which was succeeded by the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, the Heroic Age, and finally the Iron Age, each successive era marking a subtle decline from its predecessor. By the Iron Age, which the ancient Greeks identified as their own contemporary period, the gods rarely manifested themselves directly to mortal sight. Nevertheless, the gods remained profoundly involved in human affairs, frequently engendering offspring with mortal partners. These children, possessing both divine and human lineage, were the celebrated heroes of Greek mythology. Heracles, whom the Romans designated Hercules, Perseus, Theseus, and a host of others. They possessed certain superhuman faculties, yet they remained mortal, and their sagas frequently encompassed perilous quests, encounters with monstrous entities, and often culminated in poignant, tragic denouements. The most prominent corpus of Greek heroic narratives indelibly centers upon the Trojan War, a formidable decade-long struggle waged between the Hellenic forces and the formidable citadel of Troy. This epic confrontation was ignited when Paris, a scion of Troy's royal lineage, absconded with Helen, the esteemed consort of the Spartan king Menelaus, a clandestine elopement orchestrated after the deity Aphrodite had bestowed Helen upon him as recompense for his judgment, affirming her as the most exquisite among the goddesses. In response to this grave affront, the Hellenes embarked on a vast naval expedition to Troy, intent on reclaiming Helen, and the protracted encirclement that ensued provided the rich tapestry for Homer's monumental epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, alongside countless other mythological accounts. Illustrious champions such as Achilles, Odysseus, Hector, and Ajax distinguished themselves in this monumental conflict, with the Olympian deities themselves actively aligning themselves with various factions and intervening overtly in the mortal fray. The arduous war ultimately reached its dramatic conclusion when the Achaeans, employing a cunning ruse, feigned their departure from the Trojan shores, bequeathing a colossal wooden equine as an ostensible offering of peace or tribute. The unsuspecting Trojans, perceiving this monumental effigy as a symbol of victory or a divine gift, enthusiastically conveyed the horse inside their impregnable city walls, utterly unaware that elite Greek soldiers were concealed within its hollow interior. Under the cloak of night, these concealed warriors stealthily materialized, unbarred the formidable city portals, and Troy, once deemed impregnable, swiftly succumbed to the overwhelming might of the Hellenic army. Subsequent to the heroic age having drawn to its definitive conclusion, the Olympian deities progressively receded from direct involvement in human affairs, their divine presence becoming less overt. Nevertheless, their captivating narratives endured, faithfully transmitted across countless generations, undergoing subtle transformations with each recounting, akin to an ancient game of telephone spanning millennia. A significant proportion of these enduring myths served as profound endeavors to elucidate the phenomena of the terrestrial realm, offering explanations for the cyclical shift of the seasons, the celestial transit of the sun across the firmament, and the genesis of tempestuous storms and seismic tremors. Concurrently, other tales functioned as didactic narratives, meticulously illustrating the dire repercussions of hubris or underscoring the paramount significance of virtues such as hospitality and reverence for the divine pantheon. Thus concludes, in essence, the comprehensive saga of Greek mythology, or at the very least, its fundamental contours. Naturally, a myriad of additional narratives exist, enriching this vast tapestry. The Herculean feats of Heracles, the epic expedition of the Argonauts aboard the Argo, the chameleonic guises assumed by Zeus in his relentless amorous pursuits, and the perilous peregrinations of Odysseus striving to return to his homeland subsequent to the Trojan War. Yet, we have meticulously delineated the foundational origins, commencing from the primordial void of chaos, progressing through the genesis of the cosmos, the ascendance of the formidable Titans, and culminating with the Olympian deities and the illustrious age of heroes. As one reclines, perhaps gently succumbing to slumber, a contemplation might arise regarding the ultimate destiny of these ancient deities. Did they merely gradually evanesce as humanity ceased their fervent veneration? Or do they persist in some ethereal realm, perhaps upon a remote Olympian summit, or nestled within the cerulean depths of the Mediterranean, silently observing the inexorable progression of mortal existence without their overt dominion? It is conceivable that one might envision their divine presence tonight, traversing their resplendent marble edifices on Mount Olympus, or embarking on a voyage across the unalogical expanse with the cunning Odysseus. The narratives, it seems, possess an intrinsic immortality. Do they not? They simply lie dormant, awaiting fresh articulation by a new generation of storytellers. As the night unfolds its serene passage, let us direct our contemplation towards a facet of ancient Hellenic culture often overlooked by the general populace: the profound manner in which the fundamental cadence of planting and harvesting, intrinsically linked to the farmer's meticulous calendar, profoundly influenced the theological architecture of the very gods the ancient Greeks revered. One might indeed find oneself astonished by the profound correlation between the emergence of numerous divine entities and the ostensibly prosaic observations of burgeoning wheat fields and maturing grapevines. Envision oneself as an ancient Greek farmer, dwelling in an era devoid of the sophisticated meteorological applications or detailed predictive almanacs of today. One possessed neither contemporary advancements in irrigation infrastructure nor synthetic soil enhancements. Your very subsistence, indeed, whether your kin would partake in sustenance or endure the pangs of hunger, hinged upon a meticulous comprehension of the inherent rhythms of the natural world. Discerning the opportune moment for sowing, the precise timing for reaping, the anticipated arrival of life-giving precipitation, and the onset of arid periods that would desiccate one's agricultural plots. The Hellenes, much like agrarian societies across the globe, universally discerned the immutable recurrence of these phenomena. Annually, the identical cycle unfolded. The frigid dormancy of winter yielded to the verdant exuberance of spring growth. The warmth of summer heralded the maturation of fruits, and autumn witnessed the diligent gathering of crops. before the perpetual gyre of seasonal change recommenced. This ceaseless rotation of seasons ultimately constituted the bedrock of their cosmological and theological interpretations of both the world and their divine pantheon. Let us commence with perhaps the preeminent agricultural deity, Demeter, the venerated patroness of the bounty of the harvest, the sustenance of grain, and the generative power of fertility. Her very etymology encapsulates her essence. D, likely derived from the ancient word for earth, combined with meter, signifying mother, thus the primordial Mother Earth. She was far from an ethereal abstraction. Rather, Demeter stood as the tangible manifestation of the soil's inherent capacity for sustenance production. Farmers, in their daily toil, did not engage Demeter with abstruse philosophical discourse. Their interchange was fundamentally pragmatic. When a farmer disseminated nascent seeds across freshly turned earth, it was Demeter they implored with hushed supplications, entreating her to facilitate the germination and secure rooting of these nascent seeds. They might intone, "Bring the benign precipitation, avert destructive plant diseases." The Hellenes profoundly comprehended that successful agriculture necessitated a symbiotic alliance with the natural world, and Demeter served as nature's divine emissary. Annually, during the autumnal season, modest agrarian settlements would solemnly observe the Thesmophoria, a significant festival venerating Demeter. Attendance at these profound ceremonies was strictly exclusive to women, and the observances typically extended over a period of multiple days. On the penultimate day, participants would undertake a ritual fast, assuming a seated posture directly upon the earth, thereby fostering a primordial connection with the telluric realm. The esoteric specifics of the most hallowed segments of this festival were guarded with utmost discretion, remaining largely undisclosed to outsiders. Nevertheless, it is understood that the Thesmophoria encompassed arcane rites designed to secure fecundity, pertaining equally to the generative capacity of the land and the reproductive vitality of the female participants themselves. Yet, Demeter's narrative transcends the mere annual agricultural rhythm, delving into a more profound cosmological explanation. Her preeminent myth serves to elucidate the fundamental reason for the very existence of the seasons. Demeter had a beloved daughter, Persephone, who was innocently plucking blossoms in an idyllic meadow when, without warning, the terrestrial surface abruptly rent asunder. From this sudden, yawning abyss, Hades, the formidable chthonic deity presiding over the underworld, materialized and forcibly seized Persephone, intending her as his reluctant consort. Demeter was overcome with profound grief by this devastating loss. She roamed the terrestrial expanse in a desperate quest for her vanished daughter, utterly forsaking her divine responsibilities as the harvest goddess. Consequently, agricultural yields withered, the earth became infertile, and mankind faced widespread famine, teetering on the brink of extinction. Ultimately, Zeus, the paramount Olympian, interceded and issued a definitive decree to Hades, commanding him to relinquish Persephone. However, a significant impediment arose. Persephone had partaken of 6 arils from a pomegranate during her captivity in the underworld, and according to ancient custom, anyone who ingests any sustenance from the realm of the departed is irrevocably bound to that domain. To resolve this impasse, a mutually acceptable accord was brokered. Persephone would sojourn for a period of 6 months annually, or, in alternative renditions, 4 months, in the underworld with Hades, spending the remainder of the solar cycle in the terrestrial world with her mother. During those precious months when Persephone reascends to join her mother, Demeter's spirits are uplifted, and the terrestrial world bursts forth in vibrant bloom, manifesting as the seasons of spring and summer. Conversely, when Persephone makes her annual descent back into the chthonic realm, Demeter lapses into profound lamentation, and the land becomes desolate and sterile, ushering in autumn and winter. This myth transcended mere fanciful narrative for the ancient Greeks. It provided an elucidation of a crucial phenomenon: why the fecundity of the terrestrial sphere waxes and wanes with the cyclical progression of the seasons. For agrarian communities, this comprehension was far from a theoretical exercise. It represented essential existential wisdom, ingeniously encapsulated in a mnemonic format, readily transmissible across generations. Subsequently, we turn our attention to Dionysus, the divine patron of viticulture, verdant flora, and procreative abundance. His significance for agriculturalists cannot be sufficiently emphasized, particularly given that grapevines constituted, and indeed continue to constitute, a pivotal agricultural commodity throughout the Mediterranean basin. The alchemical metamorphosis of unassuming grapes into intoxicating wine appeared nothing short of miraculous to ancient observers, serving as an apt allegory for the enigmatic dynamics of burgeoning life, cessation, and cyclical renewal that farmers meticulously observed in nature. Intriguingly, Dionysus did not originate as an Olympian deity in the prevailing mythological accounts. His mother was a human princess named Semele, who was tragically deceived into requesting a glimpse of Zeus in his unadulterated divine majesty, a spectacle no mortal being could endure. When she was consumed by the effulgence of Zeus's divine radiance, the supreme god salvaged their nascent offspring by surgically implanting the fetus within his own thigh until the gestation period for Dionysus was complete. This unorthodox Genesis narrative inherently carries profound agricultural symbolism. Much like an embryonic seed, personified by Dionysus, necessitates a period of sheltered obscurity before it can burgeon forth into illumination and flourish. Indeed, many of Dionysus's sacred rites frequently embody this identical motif of demise and regeneration, a concept that perfectly encapsulates the agrarian rhythm. For instance, grapevines present a dormant, seemingly lifeless aspect during winter, only to erupt with vigorous new growth in the vernal season. Agriculturalists venerated Dionysus through a succession of annual festivals throughout the year. The agrarian Dionysia, for instance, was observed in the depths of winter, typically in December or January, coinciding with the period when the freshly fermented vintage had reached its maturation point and was ready for consumption. Villagers would engage in boisterous processions prominently displaying phallic symbols, emblematic of virility and fecundity, alongside exuberant dances, and naturally, copious consumption of the vinous beverage. Then there was the Anthesteria in February, a time when the previous year's stored wine was ceremonially unsealed and ritually sampled. The more renowned urban Dionysia in Athens, conversely, progressively developed into the celebrated dramatic festivals where the seminal Greek tragedies and comedies graced the stage. These occasions transcended mere pretexts for boisterous merriment. They meticulously delineated pivotal junctures in the agricultural calendar. The opening of the new wine, in particular, represented a critical milestone in the farmer's annual cycle, as the excellence of that vintage significantly dictated a substantial portion of their economic fortunes. It is noteworthy that even Olympian deities, not principally categorized as agrarian deities, were nevertheless profoundly influenced by the agrarian cycle and its inherent rhythms. Consider, for instance, Apollo, the resplendent Olympian deity presiding over illumination, harmonious melodies, restorative medicine, and prophetic foresight. His seasonal transit between his frigid winter sanctuary in the enigmatic land of the Hyperboreans and his radiant summer abode on the sacred island of Delos perfectly replicated the sun's annual celestial trajectory. For agriculturalists who meticulously calibrated their sowing and cultivation practices based on the sun's apparent celestial position, Apollo's movements were perceived as a sacred analog of their meticulously planned agricultural schedule. Zeus himself, the sovereign ruler of the divine pantheon, was intricately linked to meteorological phenomena, most notably precipitation and tempestuous electrical storms. In the arid Mediterranean climate typical of Greece, rainfall constituted an invaluable commodity for agriculturalists. Insufficient quantities portended widespread drought and devastating famine, while excessive deluges possessed the potential to inundate cultivated lands and annihilate agricultural yields. Consequently, when peals of thunder reverberated across the celestial expanse, it was Zeus they envisioned, orchestrating the vital, life-sustaining precipitation from his celestial throne. The practical farmer did not merely offer haphazard supplications to Zeus. Rather, there were designated festivals coinciding with crucial agricultural junctures. The Diaja festival, for instance, was observed in late February or early March, marking the onset of the burgeoning agricultural season, an opportune period to propitiate Zeus and secure propitious meteorological conditions for the nascent crops. Subsequently, in the summer months, the Bouphonia was enacted, wherein a sturdy draft ox was ritually immolated as an offering to Zeus, a profoundly weighty oblation, given that oxen were invaluable livestock, indispensable for the arduous task of tilling the soil. Domesticated creatures, particularly those employed for their strength and endurance, proved indispensable for the arduous task of tilling the soil. The rustic deity Pan, characterized by his distinctive goat legs and dominion over pastoralists and their animal charges, embodied a distinct facet of agrarian existence within ancient Hellenic society. It was not universally true that every Greek cultivator dedicated their efforts solely to the cultivation of cereal grains and other edible plants. Indeed, a significant number of agriculturalists sustained their livelihoods by tending to herds of sheep and goats, particularly across the rugged, precipitous terrain where the successful cultivation of wheat and similar crops proved unfeasible. Such nomadic herders, whose lives revolved around their livestock, maintained a unique spiritual framework, complete with their own venerated divinities and customary ceremonial observances. Frequently, Pan's iconography portrayed him serenading with his melodious pipes amidst the intense midday warmth, precisely when both the watchful shepherds and their docile flocks sought respite beneath the sheltering canopy of trees. Legend ascribed to his enchanting melodies the power to pacify and tranquilize the beasts. Yet, ironically, his unexpected disturbance during his customary midday slumber was believed to unleash a sudden, overwhelming dread, giving rise to the very term panic, directly traceable to his formidable name. Furthermore, the myriad nymphs and lesser nature spirits held a status of comparable significance within the intricate tapestry of the agrarian community's spiritual observances. Each flowing watercourse, from bubbling brooks to rushing rivers, was believed to be animated by its own naiad, a graceful water nymph. Similarly, every venerable tree possessed its unique dryad, a tree nymph, and each majestic mountain peak harbored its own orid, a mountain nymph. Crucially, these were not the remote, august divinities ensconced upon the lofty heights of Mount Olympus, but rather intimate, localized entities that coexisted and interacted directly with the farmers in their immediate surroundings. Consequently, prior to undertaking actions such as felling a tree for timber or constructing a dam across a stream to facilitate agricultural irrigation, a judicious and sagacious farmer would customarily present a propitiatory offering to the specific spirit believed to inhabit that natural feature. Such practices transcended simple superstitious belief. Instead, they underscored a profound, inherent comprehension that the Earth's vital natural resources demanded meticulous stewardship and prudent administration. These reverent offerings and prescribed rituals served as a constant admonition, prompting cultivators to exercise deliberation and foresight before embarking upon any modification of their surrounding ecosystem, thereby manifesting an archaic yet astute form of ecological preservation, intricately interwoven with their devout religious customs. Beyond these daily observances, the very rhythm of the agricultural calendar profoundly influenced and indeed shaped the Hellenic perception of temporality. Their annual cycle was demarcated not by abstract numerical divisions, but rather by discernible recurring natural phenomena. The heliacal rising and setting of specific constellations, the seasonal efflorescence of distinct botanical species, and the predictable advent of avian migrants. Among these celestial markers, the distinctive star cluster known as the Pleiades held an exceptionally prominent position. Its initial visibility in the pre-dawn sky during the month of May unequivocally indicated the opportune moment for the harvest, whereas its reappearance in the evening firmament in November signified the crucial period for tilling the earth and planting the winter wheat. This intricate astronomical timetable was imbued with profound divine importance. According to ancient myths, the Pleiades were immortalized as seven sisters, elevated to the heavens by the supreme deity Zeus, while the imposing constellation Orion represented a mighty hunter, and each of the 12 zodiacal constellations possessed its own rich narrative tapestry. Through diligent observation of these celestial personages as they traversed the nocturnal expanse, cultivators instinctively comprehended the precise timing for sowing and reaping, entirely obviating the necessity for any form of inscribed documentation. Intriguingly, even the Hellenic conception of the hereafter bore the distinct imprint of agrarian thought processes. Within the venerable verses of Hesiod's didactic poem, Works and Days, the poet vividly portrays the fortunate departed residing within the Elysian fields, an idyllic realm literally envisioned as exceedingly fertile agricultural land where bountiful crops flourished spontaneously, requiring no human toil. Their ultimate vision of paradise was not paved thoroughfares of precious gold, but rather boundless expanses of grain-laden fields that perpetually yielded harvests, and luxuriant orchards consistently laden with succulent fruit. For individuals whose existence was inextricably linked to the perennial precariousness and unpredictability of the harvest, such a vision represented nothing less than a veritable celestial abode. Perhaps the most profoundly illustrative example of this deep-seated connection is found in the Eleusinian Mysteries. Widely regarded as among the preeminent and most revered religious initiations throughout the entirety of ancient Greece, These enigmatic, clandestine rites revolved centrally around the veneration of the goddesses Demeter and Persephone. While the precise sequence of events and deeper meanings within these sacred observances remain veiled in historical obscurity, it is understood that they culminated in the dramatic presentation of a solitary ear of wheat to the initiates, marking a moment of profound spiritual epiphany. Thus, a seemingly unassuming stalk of grain assumed the role of the paramount sacred artifact within one of humanity's most deeply moving and significant religious encounters. The diverse congregation of participants in these hallowed mysteries encompassed not merely agrarian laborers, but also prominent statesmen, profound thinkers, and distinguished military commanders. Evidently, even these sophisticated urban elites acknowledged the foundational and indispensable significance of agriculture and its associated divine protectors to the very bedrock of their flourishing civilization. With the inexorable expansion of urban centers and the concomitant increase in the intricacy of Greek societal structures, the agrarian roots underpinning their pantheon of deities gradually receded from overt prominence. The supreme god Zeus, for instance, was progressively depicted as a sovereign political authority, rather than primarily as the divine dispenser of life-giving precipitation. Similarly, the goddess Athena's attributes shifted, becoming more closely linked with artisanal skills and intellectual sagacity, rather than predominantly with the sacred olive trees, her legendary benefaction to the city of Athens. In essence, the divine personages themselves underwent a transformative evolution, mirroring the developmental trajectory of their worshipping society. Nevertheless, beneath the eloquent verses of Homeric epic and the profound philosophical discourse of Plato, the agrarian calendar persistently dictated the fundamental cadence of Greek religious observances. The most significant annual festivals continued to align meticulously with the progression of the farming year. Propitiatory sacrifices were still diligently performed to entreat divine benevolence for the prosperity of cultivated fields and livestock. The divine entities, despite their evolving roles, were perpetually conceived as indispensable collaborators in the unending, vital cycle of natural proliferation and subsequent ingathering. As one's consciousness gently recedes into the embrace of slumber, perhaps the inherent sagacity embedded within this venerable perspective will become strikingly apparent. While our contemporary calendrical systems may adhere to divergent chronological frameworks, humanity undeniably persists in its reliance upon the immutable, fundamental cycles of cultivation and ingathering. The Hellenic agriculturalists, who meticulously crafted their divine representations in consonance with these primordial rhythms, grasped a truth of profound significance: that the very essence of human existence is inextricably linked to, and indeed sustained by, the encompassing natural environment. Within the serene contemplation of this enduring insight, a unique form of tranquility can be discovered. The identical lunar orb, which presently casts its watchful gaze upon your repose this evening, once illuminated the nocturnal labors of ancient Greek farmers who toiled by its luminescence, softly intoning supplications to Demeter for an abundant and fruitful yield. The cosmic wheel perpetually revolves, the seasons inexorably transition, yet certain elements endure eternally, akin to compelling narratives and the tranquil onset of restorative sleep. A straightforward rivalry pitting a divine female entity against an ordinary human woman frequently receives scant consideration within the grand pantheon of mythological tales. This narrative lacks the grandeur of monumental conflicts or transformative global occurrences. Instead, it is characterized by the delicate rustle of intertwining threads and the measured, rhythmic cadence of active weaving apparatuses. One may be familiar with the formidable figure of Athena, the revered goddess presiding over sagacity and sophisticated artisanal endeavors. Her miraculous genesis saw her spring forth, fully developed and clad in martial panoply, complete with a spear, directly from the very cranium of her progenitor, Zeus. However, for the present discourse, our attention will not be directed towards her formidable martial attributes, but rather towards her more subdued, yet equally profound mastery of the art of weaving. Athena, indeed, held the esteemed position as the divine protectress of all who practiced the intricate arts of weaving and embroidery. Tradition maintained that she was the ingenious inventor of the loom, and moreover, that she imparted to humankind the essential knowledge for transforming raw wool and flax fibers into finely crafted textiles. Meanwhile, a gifted mortal named Arachne habitually occupied her waking hours within the sun-drenched courtyard of her paternal residence, diligently positioned at her own weaving frame. The measured, comforting oscillation of her shuttle, traversing the warp and weft, maintained a consistent, almost organic cadence, akin to the steady pulsation of a vital organ. This ceaseless motion, forwards and backwards, persisted with unwavering dedication, marking the passage of countless hours and successive days. From her deft manipulations, vibrant strands of azure, golden, deep crimson, and verdant green progressively coalesced into pictorial representations, possessing such astonishing verisimilitude that they appeared poised to detach themselves from the woven fabric. News of Arachne's extraordinary talents rapidly disseminated throughout the region. Individuals journeyed from adjacent settlements solely to witness her masterful artistry in person. These admirers often presented offerings of raw wool or flax, harboring the earnest hope that their contributions might be incorporated into her subsequent artistic triumphs. Even young children, captivated by the spectacle, would eagerly gaze over the courtyard barrier, observing with profound astonishment as intricate images materialized from simple strands of fiber. Invariably, inquisitive visitors would pose the question, "To whom do you attribute the instruction for such exceptional weaving prowess?" Judikai, Arachne, with a self-assured smile, would respond, "While my mother imparted the foundational techniques, the remainder of my ability manifested innately. No external instructor was ever required." A number of onlookers would then venture, "Surely the goddess Athena herself must have bestowed her divine favor upon your hands." It was at this juncture that discord began to agitate the calm atmosphere, much like a minuscule stone disturbing a placid pool, for Arachne would betray a distinct displeasure at these assertions, countering with the declaration, "Athena, no, I am beholden to her for nothing. My aptitude is entirely my own acquisition. Indeed, I am convinced that my craftsmanship exceeds even the capabilities of the goddess herself." Within the rich tapestry of Hellenic mythology, hardly any transgression proved more perilous than hubris, that immoderate self-exaltation compelling mortal beings to draw comparisons between their own abilities and those of the immortal divinities. Utterances were imbued with significant potency, and Arachne's audacious declarations did not escape the notice of the heavens. Her pronouncements ascended towards the majestic Mount Olympus, akin to the ethereal plumes of smoke rising from a hearth, ultimately reaching the discerning ears of Athena herself. It must be acknowledged that the Olympian gods and goddesses harbored considerable sensitivity concerning their respective domains of specialized knowledge and skill. Athena herself had graciously bestowed the art of weaving upon humanity as a benevolent gift. Consequently, to encounter a mere mortal asserting preeminence was deeply disquieting. However, Athena also embodied profound sagacity. Thus, she refrained from instantly smiting Arachne with a searing thunderbolt or transfiguring her into an arboreal form, actions that certain more impetuous deities might readily have undertaken. Instead, she resolved to personally ascertain the veracity, if any, contained within these bold assertions. Adopting the guise of an aged crone, enveloped in a somber, time-worn gray mantle, Athena proceeded purposefully towards the city of Colophon. Her inconspicuous arrival as an aged wayfarer, leaning upon a twisted, knotty staff, passed entirely unremarked by the town's inhabitants. No one, that is, save for the local canines, who exhibited an uncharacteristic silence as the divine presence moved amongst them. Athena soon located Arachne at her customary station, her nimble fingers skillfully manipulating threads as she labored upon a magnificent tapestry depicting Apollo's radiant chariot traversing the celestial expanse, with the sun's effulgent rays meticulously translated into golden filaments that appeared to genuinely scintillate with luminosity. A modest assembly of curious onlookers had convened to observe her craftsmanship. The incognito deity positioned herself unobtrusively at the rear of the gathering, silently taking in the scene. The artistic creation was, beyond doubt, extraordinary. Even the goddess herself was compelled to concede a remarkable pliancy in Arachne's textile art, a profound intuitive grasp of how to imbue inert threads with the illusion of dynamic motion. The majestic steeds harnessed to Apollo's chariot appeared, through Arachne's skill, to vigorously toss their flame-like manes. Moreover, the ethereal clouds within the woven firmament conveyed an unmistakable impression of gentle locomotion. In due course, Arachne intermitted her labor, extending her arms gracefully above her head and rotating her shoulders to alleviate the rigidity accumulated from prolonged stillness in her working posture. It was at this moment that her gaze alighted upon the elderly female observer. With a gracious invitation, she beckoned, "Approach, venerable matron. You will obtain a clearer vantage point from this position." Athena advanced, and the assembled spectators reverently parted to create a passage for her. In the feigned, tremulous tones of her elderly persona, she remarked, "Your craftsmanship is truly exquisite, my dear child." Arachne responded with a polite smile, expressing her gratitude. The disguised goddess proceeded, "I, too, once engaged in the art of weaving, though assuredly not possessing your exceptional aptitude, I derived immense satisfaction from it. I have, moreover, overheard whispers suggesting that your inherent talent is comparable to that of Athena herself." Upon hearing this, Arachne's countenance underwent a subtle transformation. A perceptible note of self-satisfaction permeated her vocal delivery. She retorted, "Rivals? Nay, I would assert that it unequivocally surpasses. While Athena may indeed be credited with the genesis of weaving, it is I who have brought it to its zenith of perfection." The venerable woman inclined her head slightly, a gesture of consideration. She observed, "Such pronouncements are indeed audacious. The immortal deities do not look favorably upon assertions of this nature." Arachne boldly countered, Then let Athena descend from the lofty heights of Olympus and demonstrate the fallacy of my words. I would enthusiastically embrace a formal competition. A low, uneasy hum of apprehension rippled through the assembled spectators. Such a direct defiance of the divine was recognized as inherently perilous. A number of individuals discreetly withdrew from the scene, desirous of avoiding proximity, should celestial indignation be unleashed upon the audacious young woman. The aged figure with measured deliberation suggested, "Perhaps you might contemplate exhibiting a greater degree of deference." Hubris, as recounted in our ancient narratives, frequently portends a dramatic downfall. Yet Arachne merely scoffed, declaring, "I utter nothing but the unvarnished truth. Why should the articulation of verifiable facts be construed as disrespectful? If Athena perceives my candor as an affront, that is entirely her prerogative and her burden, not mine. That is her concern, not mine." In response, the aged woman underwent a remarkable transformation. Her previously hunched posture straightened, her stooped shoulders squared with newfound resolve, and the myriad wrinkles etched upon her countenance seemed to vanish, replaced by a smooth, youthful complexion. Her faded, travel-worn cloak shimmered, morphing into resplendent, gleaming robes, while a polished, formidable helmet materialized upon her head. In an instant, the elderly traveler was gone, and in her place stood Athena herself, her piercing gray eyes alight with an intensity that, while not outright fury, certainly betrayed no hint of amusement. The remaining onlookers gasped in collective awe, immediately falling to their knees in reverence. Arachne alone maintained her seated position, though a noticeable pallor had spread across her face. "You shall have your desire," Athena declared, her voice now resonant and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. "A contest it shall indeed be." Without delay, two magnificent looms were erected side by side within Arachne's spacious courtyard. The finest wool, sourced from the most prized flocks, was brought forth, meticulously dyed in every conceivable hue of the spectrum. The assembled crowd, having somewhat recovered from their initial shock, regrouped at a respectful distance, their anticipation palpable. News of the impending divine competition spread like wildfire throughout the town, and soon it seemed that every inhabitant of Colophon was peering intently from windows, perched on rooftops, or craning their necks over garden walls to witness the unprecedented event. Athena and Arachne, with an air of solemn concentration, commenced their weaving. As the sun ascended to its highest point at zenith, their hands moved with astonishing synchronicity, both swift and assured, each seeming to instinctively select the precise thread without any discernible hesitation or moment of deliberation. The hours elapsed in profound silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic clatter and whirring of the looms, and the occasional soft, collective intake of breath from an observer as a particularly exquisite detail or intricate pattern emerged from the nascent tapestries. Neither contestant uttered a word, nor did either glance at the other's progress, each completely immersed in the intricate act of creation unfolding before them. Athena's masterful tapestry meticulously depicted the 12 revered Olympian gods in the full splendor of their divine majesty. Zeus, sovereign of the heavens, was enthroned, radiating power. Poseidon, lord of the seas, wielded his iconic trident. Apollo, god of light and music, cradled his lyre, and Artemis, goddess of the hunt, stood poised with her bow. Each divine face was rendered with striking individuality, every nuanced expression perfectly captured, conveying their inherent authority and grace. In the four corners of her grand design, the goddess artfully incorporated smaller, cautionary vignettes illustrating the dire fates that befell mortals audacious enough to challenge the gods. There was Niobe, eternally weeping for her cruelly slain children. King Midas, cursed with the ignominious ears of a donkey, and Phaethon, plummeting tragically from Apollo's sun chariot. These were not merely beautiful images. They served as a profound message, a stark and unmistakable warning to Arachne regarding the perilous consequences of unbridled hubris and disrespect towards the divine. Arachne's artistic endeavor, however, diverged significantly in its thematic focus. She chose not to extol the glory of the gods, but rather to portray their human-like follies and indiscretions. Her tapestry depicted Zeus cunningly disguised as a magnificent bull, abducting the unwitting Europa, Poseidon relentlessly pursuing Demeter as she desperately fled in the guise of a horse, and Apollo relentlessly chasing Daphne until the desperate nymph, seeking escape, transformed into a laurel tree. These scandalous scenes were executed with truly extraordinary skill and precision. The expressions on the faces of her woven figures, the gods' palpable desire, the mortals' profound terror, were so acutely vivid that viewers could almost viscerally experience the raw emotions themselves. The surrounding landscapes were rendered with an astonishing level of detail, down to the individual veins on leaves and the delicate petals of blooming flowers, imbuing the work with a breathtaking realism. As the sun began its descent towards the horizon, both weavers meticulously secured their final threads and stepped back from their respective looms. The gathered multitude collectively held its breath, a hushed anticipation pervading the courtyard. Even the most untrained eye could readily discern that both works were undisputed masterpieces of textile art. Technically, their execution might have been considered comparable, perhaps even equal, yet the profound disparity in their chosen subject matter eloquently revealed much about the inherent character and perspectives of their creators. Athena, with an air of discerning contemplation, meticulously examined Arachne's tapestry. The sheer technical skill was beyond dispute. The composition was impeccably balanced, the colors harmoniously blended, and even the most challenging elements, the precise splash of water around Poseidon's hooves, the intricate individual feathers in Zeus's eagle form, were executed with flawless precision. Yet, the underlying content, the audacious choice to depict the gods not in their transcendent majesty, but rather in their moments of weakness and morally questionable behavior, though rendered with undeniable beauty, was profoundly disrespectful. Arachne, conversely, gazed upon Athena's tapestry with a growing sense of dismay and trepidation. She had fully anticipated technical perfection, and indeed, she found it in abundance. What she had not foreseen, however, was the profound emotional impact of the goddess's work. There was an uncanny depth in the eyes of the woven figures, a startling sense of life, as if they might speak at any moment, and the stark warning scenes in the corners, those were undeniably and unequivocally directed at her. The crowd remained silent, awaiting Athena's pronouncement. Would she acknowledge Arachne's unparalleled skill, or would she mete out punishment for her audacious presumption? The air in the courtyard hung heavy, charged with a palpable tension, akin to the unsettling stillness preceding a violent summer storm. Athena then turned from the magnificent tapestries to confront Arachne directly. "Your technical prowess is indeed as formidable as has been proclaimed," she conceded, her voice measured, "perhaps even comparable to my own in certain aspects." A low murmur rippled through the assembled crowd. For a goddess to utter such an admission was virtually unprecedented, an acknowledgment of extraordinary mortal talent. But Athena continued, her tone hardening slightly. "However, skill alone does not constitute great art. True artistry demands wisdom to guide the hand. Your work, while showcasing immense talent, betrays a profound lack of judgment. You have dared to employ your exceptional gift to mock and diminish the divine beings. This transgression I cannot and will not overlook." Arachne cast her gaze downwards at her hands. Those very hands that had so skillfully created such breathtaking beauty, but which had now inadvertently led her into a perilous predicament. For the very first time, the full gravity of her situation, the profound peril she faced, truly registered. She had audaciously challenged a goddess, and moreover, she had depicted the revered deities in an unflattering light. There would, inevitably, be severe repercussions. Perceiving no avenue of escape, Arachne instinctively reached for a length of unused thread from her loom. Before anyone could intervene, she swiftly fashioned it into a noose and moved with desperate intent to hang herself from the rafters of the courtyard. But Athena, with divine swiftness, stepped forward and grasped her arm. "No," she commanded, her voice firm. "That is not a fate you are permitted to choose for yourself." The goddess then sprinkled a few drops of a mystical liquid upon Arachne, a potent potion distilled from rare herbs that grew exclusively on the sacred slopes of Mount Olympus. Immediately, Arachne began to undergo a horrifying transformation. She rapidly diminished in size, her limbs contorted and reshaped, her entire body darkening and compressing into a grotesque form. Where the young woman had stood mere moments before, there now hung a small, dark spider, suspended precariously from a silken thread. "Since your passion for weaving is so profound," Athena pronounced, her voice resonating with divine decree, "you shall weave eternally. You and all your descendants will spin and weave without cessation until the very end of time." And thus, Arachne became the very first spider, her name forever immortalized in the scientific term arachnid. Her punishment was to continue the very act she so cherished, but in a diminished and transformed state, no longer capable of creating magnificent pictorial tapestries, but confined to spinning simple, geometrically precise webs. As for the two extraordinary tapestries, Athena took possession of both. Arachne's work she kept as a tangible reminder of the astonishing skill a mere mortal could achieve, a testament to human artistic potential. Her own divine tapestry she placed among the celestial bodies as a constellation, though it is whispered that its ethereal beauty is only discernible to those possessing the wisdom to truly perceive it. The people of Colophon, deeply affected by the event, never again spoke openly of the contest, though they did adopt a curious and enduring custom of carefully carrying spiders out of their homes rather than harming them. It might be poor Arachne or one of her children, they would often say, their voices tinged with compassion. And haven't they endured enough suffering? As for the true victor of the contest, whether Athena genuinely triumphed solely on the basis of superior skill, or merely resorted to her inherent divine power when confronted with a mortal equal, That profound question remains for you to contemplate as you slowly drift towards the realm of sleep. Perhaps in your dreams, you might be granted a fleeting glimpse of those legendary tapestries, their ancient beauty still radiating across the centuries. Now, let us shift our focus to an aspect often overlooked in the grand narratives of gods and heroes, the unassuming paths and thoroughfares that intricately connected the various domains of the divine realm. For even Mount Olympus, the exalted dwelling place of the gods, boasted its own intricate network of quiet thoroughfares where immortals ambled, contemplated, and attended to their daily divine affairs. One might readily envision Mount Olympus as an ethereal expanse of magnificent marble palaces gleaming resplendently beneath the sun, perpetually veiled by clouds. Such an image would not be inaccurate, as the central areas where the principal gods held court were indeed breathtaking in their splendor. However, Olympus constituted far more than just a singular main palace. It was an entire sprawling realm, encompassing lush gardens, verdant meadows, meandering streams, and sacred groves. Connecting all these diverse elements was a complex network of paths, varying in width from broad avenues to narrow winding trails. The actual Mount Olympus in Greece majestically ascends to an elevation of nearly 10,000 feet, its towering peak frequently shrouded in mystical clouds. The ancient Greeks firmly believed that the gods resided on an invisible, ethereal extension of this very mountain, meticulously hidden from the prying eyes of mortals. They conceived of it not merely as a solitary summit, but rather as a vast, intricate complex, a veritable divine neighborhood, if you will, teeming with immortal life. The most expansive and magnificent of the Olympian thoroughfares was reverently known as the Astral Way. This remarkably broad avenue, meticulously paved with perfectly interlocking stones that some whispered were actually solidified starlight, served as the primary connection between the 12 grand palaces where the principal gods maintained their residences. Zeus and Hera's majestic royal dwelling occupied the highest and most prominent position, with the other divine abodes strategically arranged according to each god's individual status and influence within the Olympian hierarchy. Each morning, a retinue of minor deities and nature spirits diligently swept this sacred road, using brooms fashioned from the iridescent feathers of peacocks. Their task was to meticulously remove any stray leaves or delicate petals that might have inadvertently drifted onto the pristine surface. Not that extensive maintenance was ever truly required. Unlike the ephemeral roads of mortals, the Astral Way never developed unsightly ruts or bothersome potholes. Its perfectly fitted stones never shifted or came loose. It remained eternally flawless, a fitting thoroughfare for the hallowed feet of the divine. The Horae, Thalo, Auxo, and Carpo, the revered goddesses of the seasons, bore the sacred responsibility for adorning and embellishing the Astral Way according to the specific time of year. In the nascent days of spring, they would meticulously line its edges with an abundance of blossoming fruit trees, whose delicate petals would gently descend like fragrant, scented snow. During the vibrant summer months, tall, luxuriant flowers would provide welcome patches of cool shade along the avenue. Autumn ushered in a display of golden-leaved vines that, by some divine grace, miraculously never shed their foliage onto the immaculate paving. And in the depths of winter, ethereal crystalline structures, not quite ice but possessing a more enduring and luminous quality, would magically coalesce to form glittering, arching pathways overhead, transforming the astral way into a dazzling spectacle. The grand thoroughfare, known as the astral way, operated under a stringent code of conduct. Foremost among the celestial travelers, Zeus and Hera invariably commanded an undisputed rite of passage. Following their majestic lead, the 10 other principal Olympians, Poseidon, Demeter, Ares, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Hermes, and Dionysus, proceeded with an established order of priority, dictated by their esteemed rank within the divine pantheon. Lesser deities, graceful nymphs, and the myriad other immortal beings inhabiting Olympus were expected to respectfully yield the way, deferring to the superior stature of any approaching high-ranking god. This strict protocol ensured an orderly, if somewhat formal, flow of divine traffic across the celestial expanse. Yet the illustrious astral way represented merely one artery within the vast network of Olympian routes. Of greater intrigue to an observant mind are the more intimate thoroughfares. The secluded byways often referred to as the back roads of Olympus. These were the less frequented avenues, destinations where even the most powerful gods occasionally retreated, seeking moments of profound tranquility and respite from their eternal duties and the clamor of their divine court. These paths offered a different kind of journey, one marked by introspection rather than procession. Among these hidden trails was the Whisper Way, a slender track that meandered through an enigmatic forest of trees adorned with luminous silver bark. It was whispered that these remarkable trees had sprung forth from the deeply buried secrets of the gods themselves. As one traversed the path, their leaves would emit a delicate, continuous murmur, not quite forming discernible words, but rather a soft, pervasive susurration, akin to the faint echoes of distant, hushed conversations. Deities seeking uninterrupted contemplation frequently sought this route, finding that the ceaseless, gentle sound effectively shielded their innermost thoughts from any potential divine eavesdroppers. Apollo, in particular, cherished the Whisper Way, often taking leisurely late afternoon strolls, his mind consumed with the composition of new verses or melodies. On occasion, he would even bring his lyre, allowing the natural, ethereal background provided by the rustling leaves to complement his evolving musical creations. Artemis, the formidable goddess of the hunt, held a special fondness for the Moonstone Path, a peculiar trail that unveiled its true nature exclusively under the cloak of night. During the sunlit hours, it presented itself as nothing more remarkable than a typical forest floor, generously carpeted with verdant moss and a scattering of fallen foliage. However, with the ascent of the moon, especially when it swelled to its full, radiant orb, tiny, perfectly round stones embedded within the rich soil would begin to emanate a soft, ethereal silver luminescence. This enchanting pathway served as the secluded ingress to Artemis's private hunting grounds, a sacred domain where she would revel in spirited chases alongside her devoted nymphs and her revered, sacred deer, their forms bathed in the moon's gentle glow. The Lover's Loop, by contrast, was an exquisitely secluded circuit, artfully woven through the most breathtaking gardens on Olympus. Here, an abundance of fragrant blossoms perpetually unfurled their petals, their intoxicating aromas meticulously cultivated to amplify feelings of romance and affection. Benches, exquisitely carved from shimmering rose quartz, were strategically positioned at regular intervals, each offering both a discreet haven and a captivating vista. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, was the visionary creator of this enchanting path. though she herself seldom graced it with her presence. Instead, she preferred to bestow upon other immortals the precious gift of its irresistibly charming atmosphere. Ares and Aphrodite, for instance, were known to rendezvous occasionally on the lover's loop, seeking moments of shared intimacy far from the inquisitive gazes of their fellow deities, most notably Aphrodite's industrious husband, Hephaestus. While they harbored the illusion of absolute secrecy, their clandestine meetings were, in truth, an open secret among the Olympians. The other gods simply maintained a facade of blissful ignorance, wisely choosing to abstain from entanglement in the complex divine love triangle. A starkly different thoroughfare was the craftsman's circuit, an unadorned utilitarian road designed to efficiently link Hephaestus's colossal main forge with his numerous workshops and extensive storage facilities. Unlike the other aesthetically pleasing paths, this one was deliberately kept plain and functional, consisting of hard-packed earth, occasionally reinforced with embedded metal plates, where the heaviest loads might be dragged. Hephaestus, the venerable god of craftsmen and blacksmiths, possessed no patience for any decorative elements that served no practical purpose in his industrious realm. His dedicated workers and assistants, predominantly the mighty Cyclopes who toiled within the divine forge, traversed this path daily, diligently transporting raw materials and newly finished creations back and forth. The very air along the craftsman's circuit perpetually carried the faint yet distinct aroma of searing hot metal and smoldering wood smoke, while the rhythmic clang of distant hammers provided a constant, resonant backdrop to the ceaseless activity. The poet's perambulation held the distinction of being the narrowest pathway on all of Olympus. It was barely wide enough to accommodate a single individual and wound its way in a seemingly erratic and unpredictable manner across the rugged mountainside. At whimsical intervals, stone markers, artfully sculpted in the likeness of open books, stood sentinel, each bearing a fragment of profound poetry or ancient wisdom. Legend held that if one could read each marker in its precise sequence while traversing the entirety of the path, the scattered fragments would coalesce into a perfect, complete poem, thereby unveiling the ultimate secret of immortality. Alas, no immortal being had ever succeeded in achieving this elusive feat. The path itself was imbued with an enchantment, subtly altering its configuration with each new attempt. The imperceptible shifting of the marker's positions remained undetected by those who sought its secrets. Even the gods themselves occasionally found their journeys ending in frustrating circles. Only the muses, the divine custodians of inspiration, possessed the true knowledge of its intricate pattern, a secret they zealously guarded. Perhaps the most enigmatic of Olympus's pathways was the dreaming descent. Its destination appeared to defy conventional understanding, as it did not seem to lead to any specific tangible location. Instead, it simply spiraled downwards through progressively denser, ethereal mist until the traveler unexpectedly found themselves transported elsewhere. This was not precisely the mortal world, but rather an intermediate realm, a liminal space nestled between worlds, the very domain of dreams. Gods intent on dispatching messages to slumbering mortals would embark upon this path, carrying their whispered communications as if they were delicate, precious packages. Hypnos, the benevolent personification of sleep, diligently maintained the dreaming descent. He would walk its misty expanse nightly, ensuring that the ethereal fog remained sufficiently thick and that the delicate boundaries separating the realms stayed appropriately blurred. His twin brother, Thanatos, the gentle personification of death, would occasionally accompany him on these silent, nocturnal journeys, though no words ever passed between them. Their profound, unspoken companionship served as communication enough between two entities so intrinsically and fundamentally connected. In contrast, the harvest road presented itself as a wide, inviting lane that gracefully connected Demeter's stately palace with her expansive experimental gardens. Within these fertile grounds, she meticulously cultivated and developed innovative varieties of grains, fruits, and vegetables before introducing them to the mortal world below. The road itself was magnificently adorned with living testaments to her agricultural triumphs. Stalks of wheat that towered twice the height of a man, apple trees bearing fruit in a vibrant spectrum of colors, and grapevines laden with clusters whose fruit was always flawlessly ripe. During the peak growing seasons, Demeter would traverse this road daily, meticulously inspecting her burgeoning creations and making minute adjustments, imbuing particular berries with greater sweetness, deepening the hue of certain plums, or enhancing the hardiness of a specific barley variety. Her dedicated work in these gardens ultimately dictated the abundance and diversity of foods that would flourish in the human realm. The most tranquil of all Olympian thoroughfares was undoubtedly the contemplation spiral. It gracefully encircled a modest hillock, which was generously carpeted in soft, emerald grass and dotted with countless tiny, pristine white flowers. With each successive circuit completed along the spiral, the walker was drawn incrementally closer to the peaceful summit of the hill. The most remarkable characteristic of this path was the profound quality of silence it engendered. As one completed each loop, the ambient sounds of Olympus, the distant murmur of conversations, the melodic strains emanating from Apollo's palace, the resounding clang of Hephaestus's hammer would progressively recede and grow fainter. Upon reaching the very center of the spiral, an absolute and perfect silence enveloped the traveler. This was not merely an absence of sound, but a palpable, positive quietude that bestowed unparalleled mental clarity. Gods grappling with weighty decisions frequently sought solace here, allowing the spiral's unique silence to illuminate the intricate complexities of their divine responsibilities. Athena, the sagacious goddess of wisdom, was the most frequent visitor to the contemplation spiral. As the embodiment of clear thought, she esteemed intellectual precision above all else. Whenever particularly vexing problems arose, be it disputes among the gods or intricate situations in the mortal world demanding divine intervention, she would embark upon the spiral, sometimes dedicating days to its silent center, remaining perfectly still, meticulously weighing every conceivable outcome. The messenger's shortcut was, by far, the least discernible of all the Olympian pathways. Indeed, the vast majority of gods were utterly incapable of perceiving its existence. Only Hermes, by virtue of his sacred role as the swift messenger of the gods, possessed the inherent knowledge of its concealed entrances and exits. This extraordinary path operated under a fundamentally different relationship with space compared to its counterparts. It did not merely facilitate travel from one location to another in a linear fashion. Rather, it temporarily folded the very distance between disparate places. Hermes could step onto the shortcut just outside Zeus's majestic palace and instantaneously reappear moments later at Apollo's dwelling, located on the distant side of Olympus. Alternatively, He could employ it to leap directly from Olympus to some far-flung corner of the mortal world. To his divine perception, the path manifested as a shimmering ribbon of golden light, visible only precisely when he required its services. Zeus himself had bestowed this exceptional road upon Hermes when appointing him divine messenger, fully cognizant of the paramount importance of rapid and unimpeded communication among the mighty gods. Finally, and of undeniable significance, was the processional path, reserved exclusively for those momentous occasions when all the gods convened in grand assembly. This majestic thoroughfare, considerably wider than even the astral way, was paved with a material that bore the appearance of polished marble, yet yielded ever so slightly underfoot, ensuring comfortable passage for divine feet. It majestically circled the entire upper portion of Olympus once before gracefully spiraling inward to the vast central courtyard, the hallowed venue for all divine convocations. On days of celestial celebration and grand festivals, the gods would embark upon this path in strict adherence to their established order of precedence. Each deity was adorned in their most exquisite attire. Zeus and Hera leading the procession, followed by the other Olympians, then the minor deities, the myriad nature spirits, and all other immortal beings. Graceful nymphs would reverently strew fragrant flower petals before them, while the 9 muses would provide a sublime accompaniment of divine music. It was not uncommon for the entire magnificent procession to consume several hours as it majestically wound its way along the path. However, time itself held a different cadence for immortals. Such leisurely progress was of no consequence to them. The last truly full processional is said to have occurred just prior to the gods' gradual and poignant withdrawal from their active involvement in mortal affairs. As human belief in their existence waned and new religions began to emerge, the once magnificent parade of divine beings along the processional path grew progressively smaller with each subsequent occasion. Eventually, the grand tradition ceased altogether. Some whispered that the sacred roads of Olympus still endure, merely hidden from the limited perception of mortals, rather than truly gone. Perhaps, it is conjectured, they have simply been relocated to some higher, more ethereal plane, where the ancient gods continue to traverse their quiet paths, meticulously tend to their celestial gardens, and occasionally cast a wistful gaze down upon the world that once adored and worshipped them, that once revered them. As consciousness gently recedes towards slumber, one might envision themselves traversing these hallowed, overlooked thoroughfares. Perhaps the whisper way, with its subtle, murmuring cadences, beckons, or the contemplation spiral, renowned for its profound stillness, invites quiet introspection. The sacred pathways of Olympus patiently await within your nocturnal visions, poised to usher you through ethereal realms where the progression of time is gracefully unhurried, and the mundane anxieties of human existence recede into an almost imperceptible distance. When the sovereign figure of Zeus, king of the gods, is brought to mind, a distinct set of iconic representations invariably surfaces. One might readily conjure an image of him unleashing formidable thunderbolts from tempestuous clouds, or perhaps enthroned in resplendent gold, presiding over the intricate affairs of both divine and mortal beings. It is equally common to picture his famed metamorphoses into various animal forms, a recurring narrative device employed to pursue his romantic inclinations, a leitmotif that permeates countless tales within the vast tapestry of Greek mythology. However, this evening, our focus will shift to an alternative facet of Zeus's existence, one seldom recounted in the grand epic poems or meticulously sculpted onto the friezes adorning ancient temples. We shall delve into the intricate administrative responsibilities inherent in governing the cosmos, the elaborate celestial bureaucracy that diligently ensured the harmonious operation of the ancient Greek universe. For the mantle of king of the gods encompassed far more than dramatic confrontations and sumptuous divine banquets. Akin to any position of supreme leadership, it necessitated a considerable amount of documentation. Indeed, it involved an immense volume of paperwork. Our narrative commences with an examination of Zeus's daily regimen. Each morning, as dawn's rosy fingers, a poetic phrase immortalized by Homer, delicately extended across the vast expanse of the sky, Zeus would awaken within his majestic palace atop Mount Olympus. Following a breakfast consisting of nectar and ambrosia, the exclusive sustenance of the immortals, he would proceed not to the opulent throne room, where a multitude of petitioners eagerly awaited his presence, but rather to a more understated chamber discreetly situated behind it. This particular room served as Zeus's private office. In stark contrast to the palace's magnificent public areas, characterized by their towering columns and lustrous marble floors, this space was meticulously designed for pure functionality rather than ostentatious display. Its walls were comprehensively lined with shelves, meticulously housing thousands of parchment scrolls, each precisely labeled and systematically categorized by geographical region, historical epoch, and specific subject matter. A substantial desk, crafted from polished olive wood, commanded the central position within the room, its expansive surface habitually laden with towering stacks of documents awaiting his judicious review. Zeus would then settle into his chair, a piece of furniture that was comfortable yet devoid of any excessive grandeur, often accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible sigh. Before him lay the formidable administrative duties of the day, an unceasing cycle of record-keeping essential for the preservation of cosmic order. The inaugural item on his daily agenda involved the intricate process of weather allocation. While lesser storm spirits and minor wind deities capably managed the routine meteorological conditions across the expansive Mediterranean world, Zeus himself meticulously reviewed and personally sanctioned the overarching weather patterns. The crucial distribution of seasonal rains demanded precise orchestration. Periods of drought required scrupulous monitoring. An insufficient amount of rainfall would inevitably lead to agricultural failures, yet an excess could precipitate widespread inundation. It was an exceptionally delicate equilibrium to maintain. Zeus would meticulously unfurl a vast, detailed map depicting the Greek world and its adjacent territories, employing a collection of small, symbolic tokens to represent various weather phenomena. He would then meticulously chart the major atmospheric systems for the forthcoming month. This particular region requires gentle, sustained rains to bolster the barley harvest. That specific coastal area necessitates clear skies for the successful operations of the fishing fleet. The mountainous zones should receive an early snowfall to guarantee adequate runoff for the crucial spring planting season. Once the arrangement of these weather tokens met with his exacting approval, Zeus would verbally convey the comprehensive plan to Hermes, who, in addition to his primary roles as divine messenger and guide, also functioned as Zeus's devoted secretary. Hermes would diligently transcribe each decision into the official weather ledger. subsequently preparing individualized directives for the diverse assembly of wind gods, rain nymphs, and cloud spirits, who were then tasked with the actual execution of these meteorological decrees. Following the meticulous planning of weather systems, Zeus shifted his attention to the equally critical task of thunder distribution. Contrary to widely held popular belief, Zeus did not indiscriminately unleash thunderbolts whenever he experienced a flicker of divine displeasure. Thunder and lightning fulfilled vital ecological roles within the natural world. They served to purge the atmosphere of certain impurities and initiated specific chemical reactions within the soil that were beneficial for the growth of particular plant species. Consequently, Zeus meticulously adhered to a carefully orchestrated thunder schedule. Minor, rumbling sounds were strategically assigned to days when farmers required subtle reminders to prepare for impending rainfall. More spectacular and dramatic lightning displays were expressly reserved for significant religious festivals, thereby serving as undeniable divine affirmation of mortal devotion. And it is true, on occasion, precisely targeted thunder was deployed as a potent warning or a measured form of punishment. However, each of these instances was formally documented, with the specific transgression meticulously noted and the corresponding atmospheric response rigorously justified. The Thunderbolt Ledger, a particularly voluminous tome, contained pages densely inscribed with dates, geographical locations, and the precise rationale for every celestial manifestation. Zeus would dedicate approximately an hour to reviewing recent thunder events and meticulously planning future ones, occasionally consulting ancient reference scrolls that contained historical precedents for a wide array of thunder-worthy circumstances. By the advent of mid-morning, Zeus would invariably redirect his considerable focus towards personnel matters. The formidable responsibility of managing the intricate divine hierarchy constituted no trivial undertaking. The Olympian pantheon itself comprised 12 principal gods, alongside dozens of lesser deities, hundreds of vibrant nature spirits, and an innumerable host of nymphs, each endowed with their distinct responsibilities, designated territories, and unique temperaments. Consequently, territorial disputes were a frequent occurrence. A river nymph, for instance, might lodge a formal grievance, alleging that a forest spirit had encroached too closely upon the aquatic domain under her guardianship. Similarly, a minor harvest deity might submit a petition seeking formal recognition that a newly cultivated grain variety fell specifically under their jurisdiction, rather than being encompassed by Demeter's broader authority. Zeus would meticulously examine these cases individually, diligently scrutinizing all submitted documentation before rendering his definitive determinations. His judgments were then diligently recorded in the divine registry, an immense compendium of scrolls meticulously detailing the official powers, inherent limitations, and precise territorial boundaries of every single immortal being residing within the Greek cosmos. On rare occasions, Zeus found it necessary to engage in consultations with the Fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, particularly concerning exceptionally intricate jurisdictional quandaries. These crucial meetings were invariably scheduled far in advance, given the Fates' invaluable time and their primary preoccupation with intricately weaving the destinies of mortal lives. Zeus would painstakingly prepare comprehensive agenda scrolls for these consultations, ensuring all pertinent background information was meticulously organized to maximize the efficient utilization of the limited time graciously allotted. Lunch, for Zeus, was typically a working engagement. While his fellow gods might indulge in unhurried repasts accompanied by lively conversation and various forms of entertainment, Zeus frequently consumed his meal at his desk, concurrently scrutinizing the day's thunderbolt inventory as he partook of ambrosia wafers. The king of gods maintained a critical need to ensure that the formidable Cyclopes, who were responsible for the creation of his thunderbolts, consistently upheld both the superior quality and the requisite quantity of their output. Each individual bolt was scrupulously logged with its specific power grade, its intended application, and its estimated date of delivery. In the early afternoon, Zeus embarked upon what was perhaps the most laborious and demanding of all his duties: prayer processing. Daily, countless thousands of prayers ascended from the mortal realm towards the celestial abode of Olympus. While a significant proportion of these supplications were addressed to specific deities corresponding to their respective domains, such as seafarers appealing to Poseidon, farmers to Demeter, or merchants to Hermes, a substantial number were directed to Zeus himself in his capacity as the undisputed king of the pantheon. Each individual prayer mandated a rigorous process of categorization, thorough assessment, and subsequent disposition, either being granted, redirected to a more appropriate divine entity, or, regrettably, denied. Zeus employed a dedicated cohort of minor goddess assistants, collectively known as the Letae, who were the very personifications of prayers, and whose primary function was to undertake the initial sorting and preliminary organization of the incoming supplications. However, the ultimate conclusive decisions invariably necessitated his personal and direct attention. The prayer scrolls would arrive with remarkable efficiency via pneumatic tubes, a marvel of divine technology that predated any similar human conception by millennia, depositing themselves into neatly arranged baskets situated on a side table within Zeus's office. Prayers deemed of high priority, specifically those originating from prominent temple priests, the reigning rulers of influential city-states, or individuals facing genuinely desperate circumstances, were conspicuously marked with vibrant red ribbons and were accorded immediate review. Zeus would methodically progress through the towering stacks of prayer scrolls, occasionally consulting supplementary reference documents pertaining to the specific mortals in question. Has this individual performed appropriate sacrifices? Do they possess a documented history of piety or, conversely, impiety? Are they petitioning for something that falls within reasonable divine parameters? Each prayer received his thoughtful consideration, although it was a certainty that not all received the desired response the supplicant had fervently hoped for. For those prayers he chose to approve, Zeus would ceremoniously stamp the scroll with his distinctive eagle seal and carefully place it into the designated outgoing basket for subsequent implementation. For those he regretfully denied, he would apply a different distinguishing mark and append a concise note explaining the rationale, though these explanations seldom found their way back to the mortals themselves. Certain prayers he would redirect, attaching a clear forwarding note. Artemis, this matter pertains to wild animals within your sacred forest. Please address it as you deem appropriate. Regards, Zeus. The mid-afternoon hours were customarily allocated for the rigorous process of contract reviews. The complex fabric of the divine world was underpinned by an intricate framework of pacts, sacred oaths, and formal agreements. Zeus, in his supreme capacity as the venerated guardian of oaths, bore the profound responsibility of meticulously maintaining comprehensive records of all significant promises, whether these were exchanged between powerful gods or involved commitments between mortals and immortals. The archives dedicated to contracts were notably extensive, occupying an entire annex directly adjacent to Zeus's primary office. Specialized clerk nymphs diligently managed the physical collection of these vital documents, but Zeus himself personally scrutinized any newly formed major agreements or any proposed modifications to existing ones. The precise phraseology employed in divine contracts was extraordinarily exacting. A seemingly straightforward agreement could easily span dozens of scroll lengths, replete with numerous clauses and subclauses, meticulously addressing every conceivable contingency. Zeus would review these formidable documents with an unparalleled degree of meticulous attention, occasionally seeking the counsel of Athena on points of particularly profound complexity. As the esteemed goddess of wisdom, she possessed an uncanny aptitude for discerning problematic loopholes or identifying dangerously ambiguous phrasing within the contractual language. One of the most arduous governmental duties was the meticulous upkeep of the cosmic registry, the authoritative documentation of every entity, both ephemeral mortal and eternal deity, presently existing. New entries were incorporated with the birth of infants or the advent of nascent minor divinities, whose emergence was typically contingent upon a sufficient number of mortals embracing belief in and offering adoration to a particular abstract concept or inherent natural phenomenon. Conversely, entries were designated as dormant when mortals expired, or when lesser deities gradually receded from public worship. The tangible manifestation of this celestial ledger was colossal. Countless thousands of ancient scrolls meticulously stored within a specially constructed subterranean archive beneath Zeus's palatial residence. Nevertheless, Zeus himself managed a concise iteration, diligently reviewing daily synopses of updates meticulously compiled by the Hera, those venerable goddesses of temporal cycles and cosmic order, who served as the cosmos's diligent chroniclers. The latter part of the afternoon was customarily devoted to intricate calendrical orchestration. The predetermined trajectories of celestial bodies, the precise commencement of seasonal shifts, and the synchronized appearances of divine beings at mortal festivities all demanded consummate foresight to avert any potential discord and ensure the seamless operation of the cosmic order. Zeus maintained a sophisticated array of distinct calendars. One meticulously charted the intricate movements of the sun, moon, and the visible planets, each intrinsically linked with various deities. Another meticulously recorded pre-scheduled divine interventions into mortal affairs. These necessitated careful temporal spacing to prevent a chaotic convergence of numerous gods attempting to influence events simultaneously, a scenario that could precipitate profound metaphysical disquietude. A third calendar, arguably the most convoluted, harmonized divine attendance at mortal religious convocations. As divine beings drew sustenance and potency from fervent worship, their ethereal presence, though typically imperceptible, during significant sacrificial rites, was absolutely paramount. This demanded an exceptionally elaborate scheme, particularly during peak festival periods, when a multitude of devotional gatherings might erupt concurrently across the Hellenic lands. With the deepening hues of dusk, Zeus would embark upon the daily scrutiny of the catastrophe reports. Comprehensive chronicles detailing seismic tremors, fiery volcanic expulsions, tempestuous atmospheric disturbances, and an array of other calamitous natural occurrences. While a substantial portion of these formidable events naturally resided within the purview of distinct divine authorities, earthquakes, for example, being unequivocally Poseidon's formidable dominion, Zeus nonetheless retained ultimate supervisory accountability, necessitating his comprehensive awareness of every noteworthy incident. For each meticulously documented report, he would conscientiously assess the potential merit of divine intercession to bolster recuperative endeavors. Conceivably, Demeter might be entreated to safeguard the land's fecundity in the wake of inundations. Perchance, Apollo could be prompted to curtail epidemic outbreaks following a major catastrophe. Such judicious recommendations would then be conveyed to the pertinent deities, framed as persuasive, albeit firm, proposals. Zeus, in his sagacious leadership, generally favored the cultivation of accord over the peremptory issuance of edicts. The concluding bureaucratic endeavor of each day involved a thorough appraisal of the Olympian supply chain. It was a foundational truth that nectar and ambrosia did not spontaneously manifest. Their existence depended on careful procurement. Similarly, the resplendent auric luminescence that suffused the celestial abodes of the gods necessitated a continuous influx of specific, rarefied ethereal constituents. Even the potent thunderbolts, emblematic of Zeus's supreme authority, demanded a consistent supply of elemental raw materials for their forging. Consequently, Zeus meticulously scrutinized current inventory levels, rigorously sanctioned all incoming requisition orders, and formally endorsed the strategic apportionment of vital resources for the myriad divine undertakings. Solely upon the meticulous completion of this voluminous daily documentation, frequently, as the encroaching twilight deepened into night, would Zeus at last depart his private study to embrace the more conspicuous facets of his exalted station. Presiding with gravitas over sumptuous divine feasts, attentively receiving formal supplications, or engaging in the dramatic clashes and decisive interventions so famously chronicled in mythological narratives. Yet even then, the ceaseless administrative labor was far from concluded. A sovereign's duties, it is universally acknowledged, are perpetual. Even for a monarch of divine stature, there invariably arose fresh atmospheric phenomena to meticulously schedule, a ceaseless influx of prayers to diligently process, and an unending stream of contractual agreements to rigorously scrutinize. The cosmos, in its magnificent complexity, sustained its harmonious operation not merely through Zeus's formidable might, but crucially through his unwavering devotion to these seemingly ordinary, yet fundamentally critical minutiae. Therefore, the next occasion one envisions Zeus, bolt of lightning firmly grasped, resplendent atop Olympus's peak, perhaps one might pause to contemplate a less celebrated actuality. The venerable king of gods, seated diligently at his writing desk, quill poised, meticulously examining the 73rd nuanced subcategory of sanctioned lightning strike parameters, or painstakingly delineating the ratified territorial limits for an unassuming sylvan nymph. Indeed, even within the grand tapestry of mythological lore, it is evident that immense authority is inextricably linked with profound administrative accountability. And as slumber begins to gently claim your senses, perhaps a certain tranquility can be found in the contemplation of such celestial red tape. The notion that even the very firmament, with its resounding peals of thunder, functions in accordance with meticulously preserved documentation, meticulously filed in triplicate and officially authenticated with the regal imprimatur of Zeus, the cosmos's supreme superintendent. As our contemplative exploration continues through the more subdued narratives of Greek mythology, let us now direct our focus towards Hera, the illustrious queen of the gods. The preponderance of ancient narratives frequently casts her as an intensely envious and retaliatory figure, perpetually meting out retribution upon Zeus's numerous paramours and their blameless offspring. However, this evening, our discourse shall illuminate an alternative dimension of Hera's character. Her nuanced, enduring strategy for upholding her regal stature and authority, achieved through the diligent fostering of sacred sanctuaries and profound veneration, rather than through overt, tempestuous outbursts of wrath. Envision Mount Olympus during a quintessential afternoon. Zeus has just made his return from yet another amorous escapade within the mortal realm, possibly still dislodging eagle plumes from his regal tunic or shaking residual bull's hair from his sandals. He steps into the opulent royal chambers, his countenance meticulously composed to convey a neutral mien, bracing himself for the anticipated domestic tempest. Hera's vehement remonstrations, her stinging recriminations, perhaps even the violent trajectory of hurled household articles. Yet, on this particular day, he discovers the chambers utterly devoid of her presence. No enraged consort stands poised to confront him. Initially, a wave of profound relief washes over him, succeeded by a burgeoning sense of inquisitiveness. And ultimately, as the hours inexorably tick by without any sign of Hera's reappearance, a subtle current of apprehension begins to stir. To what destination, he muses, has his royal queen departed? The solution to his query resided not upon the Olympian peaks, but nestled within a modest coastal community situated in the Peloponnese. There, Hera meandered deliberately through a verdant orchard of pomegranate trees, meticulously scrutinizing each specimen with profound attentiveness. She was attended by a venerable local priestess, a woman whose dedicated service within Hera's sacred precinct spanned 5 decades. This particular tree will soon yield its bounty," Hera remarked, her fingers gently caressing a branch adorned with nascent, fragile blossoms. "Ensure that the inaugural ripe pomegranate is reverently laid upon my altar." "Assuredly, my queen," the priestess responded, offering a deferential inclination of her head. "Will your divine presence grace our forthcoming festival next month? The populace would be immeasurably honored by your attendance." Hera's lips curved into an authentic smile, a genuine expression markedly distinct from the constrained, artificial mien she frequently adopted on Olympus. "Indeed, I shall attend. This sanctuary has perpetually held a special place in my affections." And this affection was palpable. In stark contrast to Zeus's temples, which were typically monumental and awe-inspiring, crafted to evoke reverence and trepidation, Hera's sacred havens possessed a singularly distinct character. This specific sanctuary, though neither the most colossal nor the most renowned, exhibited flawless architectural equilibrium and ornamentation that exuded understated elegance rather than ostentatious grandeur. Its pristine marble columns were delicately incised with intricate motifs of iridescent peacock feathers and the tender blossoms of the pomegranate. Within its hallowed interior, votive offerings were meticulously arranged, reflecting a profound dedication to aesthetic grace and spiritual equilibrium. Crucially, This sacred space resonated with the fervent devotion of its congregants. Women devoutly supplicated for prosperous unions and secure parturition. Civic dignitaries sought Hera's divine imprimatur for communal concord. Even maidenly adolescents visited, presenting humble floral tributes as they envisioned their forthcoming roles as spouses and matriarchs. This, then, constituted Hera's authentic sphere of influence, not the tumultuous and theatrical altercations frequently depicted in myth, but rather the consistent, unwavering reverence of everyday individuals navigating their quotidian existences. And it was precisely here, nestled amidst her loyal adherents, that Hera had meticulously forged a formidable foundation of power entirely her own, a dominion impervious to Zeus's encroachment or appropriation. As the paramount queen of the divine pantheon, Hera possessed the option to dedicate her eternal existence to incessant conflict with her perennially disloyal spouse, unleashing her fury across the heavens in a tempestuous display that rivaled his own formidable lightning. Numerous iterations of her mythological narratives indeed suggest precisely such a course of action. However, the more subdued, historically grounded accounts unveil a divergent narrative. That of a goddess who sagaciously comprehended that while ostentatious exhibitions might indeed generate enthralling legends, it was the methodical, enduring nurturing of devotion that forged truly immutable power. While Zeus remained engrossed in his numerous escapades and his weighty celestial documentation, Hera assiduously constructed her own intricate web of influence, meticulously woven across the entire expanse of the ancient Greek world. She achieved this not by instilling terror or through magnificent spectacles of might, but rather by assiduous dedication to understanding and catering to the profound requirements and fervent aspirations of her devoted adherents. Within the venerable polis of Argos, by way of illustration, Hera's sacred edifice functioned as the preeminent spiritual nucleus, wielding a greater local significance than any dedicated sanctuary to Zeus. The celebratory Hera festivals, meticulously observed in her veneration, unified the populace through the inclusion of athletic contests exclusively for women and girls, a truly singular characteristic in the Hellenic antiquity, where the vast majority of sporting spectacles explicitly precluded female involvement. The chief priestess of Hera in Argos held a position among the most esteemed religious dignitaries throughout the entire Greek world. Her formal investiture symbolically heralded the commencement of a fresh calendrical cycle for the city, effectively establishing Hera's earthly delegate as the authoritative chronometer for the entire urban collective. Detailed annals of these priestesses were assiduously preserved across successive generations, thereby forging an uninterrupted succession of women who commanded substantial authority and widespread sway. Upon the Aegean island of Samos, yet another prominent hub of Hera's veneration thrived with remarkable vigor. The Heraion of Samos stood as one of the most monumental sacred structures within the entirety of the Greek world, its imposing architectural design serving as a powerful testament to the goddess's paramount significance. Devotees would undertake arduous pilgrimages from remote locales to present their offerings within its hallowed confines, and as generations passed, this sanctuary amassed a truly substantial fortune. This considerable affluence, in turn, readily transmuted into tangible political leverage. The coffers of Hera's temple possessed the capacity to underwrite civic infrastructure projects, to bolster the city's resilience during periods of acute distress, or even, should exigency demand, to subsidize martial undertakings. Thus, While Zeus might command the awesome power of the thunderbolt, Hera, in a perhaps more pragmatically potent manner within the human sphere, held sway over something arguably more precious: the indispensable sinews of economic prosperity. Hera's sacred precincts served as more than mere sites of worship. They were also pivotal venues where significant communal rites unfolded. Matrimonial covenants, for instance, received divine endorsement under her vigilant gaze. Commercial compacts were solemnized through sacred vows uttered before her altars. Even legal contentions occasionally found resolution within her hallowed sanctuaries, predicated on the profound understanding that no individual would dare utter falsehoods in the presence of the goddess who meticulously safeguarded the sanctity of pledges and solemn declarations. Through these indispensable quotidian functions, Hera seamlessly integrated herself into the very essence of Greek societal structure, achieving a level of embedment that Zeus, for all his formidable dramatic power, never quite attained. The populace regarded Zeus with a mixture of awe and trepidation, fearing his formidable thunderbolts, yet it was upon Hera that they fundamentally relied for the harmonious operation of their communities and domestic spheres. A striking disparity between the divine couple's distinct methodologies becomes evident in their respective responses to infidelity, a thematic undercurrent frequently woven into Hera's mythological narratives. Conventional folklore typically portrays her unleashing furious vengeance upon Zeus's paramours and their offspring, often in manners that appear excessively cruel and disproportionate. Consider Leto's tormented wanderings across the earth, unable to locate a suitable place to bear Apollo and Artemis. Reflect upon Semele, cunningly ensnared into a fatal petition that culminated in her incineration. Recall Io transmuted into a bovine form and ceaselessly tormented by a gadfly. However, historical patterns of veneration suggest an altogether different approach. When Zeus sired progeny with mortal women, giving rise to legendary heroes such as Perseus or Heracles, Hera's reaction transcended mere jealousy. She systematically orchestrated efforts to ensure that her own veneration maintained its paramount position within the very communities where these nascent heroes garnered acclaim. For instance, when Heracles, known to the Romans as Hercules, achieved widespread heroic renown, with chronicles of his prodigious might and epic adventures permeating the entire Hellenic world, Hera could have simply opted for direct opposition to his burgeoning cult. Instead, historical evidence points to a far more astute and subtle strategy. In numerous locales where Heracles was revered, Hera's own temples would be erected in close proximity, frequently boasting more imposing architecture and occupying more central, prominent sites. In certain instances, Hera would even assimilate particular elements of rival forms of worship into her own cultic practices. When Zeus's influence began to escalate in specific territories, Hera's sanctuaries would strategically reconfigure their narrative, emphasizing her esteemed status as his regal consort and divine equal, thereby effectively appropriating a share of his burgeoning prestige rather than overtly challenging it. This judicious pattern of accommodation and absorption proved significantly more efficacious than direct confrontation. While the mythological accounts might depict Hera losing battles against Zeus, who was, after all, physically superior and the undisputed monarch of the gods, the tangible archaeological and historical record unequivocally demonstrates her triumph in an entirely different conflict: the protracted struggle for enduring devotion and profound communal integration. Hera's judicious methodology also characterized her interactions with other female deities. Rather than engaging in rivalry with figures such as Demeter, Artemis, or Athena for the allegiance of worshippers, she ingeniously cultivated synergistic roles, enabling Hellenic women to venerate a spectrum of goddesses across various phases of their existence. Adolescent maidens, for instance, might direct their devotion toward Artemis, the chaste goddess of the hunt and childbirth. Upon entering matrimony, their spiritual allegiance would naturally shift towards Hera's protective aegis. Subsequently, in their capacity as mothers, they might additionally pay homage to Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and fertility. This collaborative, rather than confrontational divine framework guaranteed Hera's enduring significance throughout a woman's entire life course, precluding any diminishment of her importance as other goddesses assumed specialized prominence for particular aspects of human experience. This collaborative philosophy extended demonstrably to the architectural blueprint of Hera's temples, in stark contrast to the imposing solitude often characteristic of Zeus's sanctuaries, which frequently stood as singular, awe-inspiring monuments. Hera's sacred edifices were commonly integrated into more extensive, interconnected holy precincts. These complexes frequently encompassed smaller shrines dedicated to other deities whose functions complemented her own. This deliberate physical contiguity served to foster an environment where devotees were implicitly encouraged to venerate Hera in conjunction with other gods and goddesses, thereby continually reaffirming her pivotal position within the broader celestial order. The quotidian observances within Hera's temples further illuminated her nuanced strategy for wielding authority. Far from prescribing extravagant immolations or theatrical ceremonial displays, her veneration revolved around consistent, humble offerings and contemplative acts of piety. Female devotees would frequently present offerings such as delectable honey cakes or the freshest seasonal fruits. They diligently cultivated hallowed gardens, ensuring a perpetual supply of blossoms for her altars. Moreover, they collaboratively fashioned intricate vestments for her sacred effigies, often engaging in these tasks within convivial assemblies that simultaneously reinforced communal ties. These ostensibly unassuming activities generated an uninterrupted stream of pilgrims to her sanctuaries, a flow considerably more consistent than the sporadic, magnificent festivals held at Zeus's holy sites, with every minor oblation, every whispered supplication before her likeness, and every floral wreath adorning her altar. Hera's dominion expanded, its potency gauged not by the resounding crash of thunder, but by the gradual, unwavering accretion of human reverence. The priestesses consecrated to Hera's temples underwent rigorous selection and extensive tutelage. In contrast to certain other cults, where religious officiants might attend to multiple divinities or alternate through diverse sacred responsibilities, Hera's priestesses were typically devoted solely to her veneration. A significant number dedicated their entire lives to this service, thereby forging an uninterrupted lineage of wisdom and ritualistic heritage transmitted across successive generations. These women commanded profound respect within their respective communities, frequently originating from distinguished lineages and exercising substantial social sway. Their roles transcended mere religious administration. They functioned as trusted counselors on critical aspects of existence, including matrimonial arrangements, parturition, familial disagreements, and inter-community dynamics, all domains falling squarely under Hera's celestial purview. Through this intricately woven web of dedicated priestesses, Hera cultivated her distinct form of an intelligence apparatus, acquiring profound insights into human events that even Zeus, despite his omnipresent celestial surveillance, might overlook. The details of a nascent matrimonial union within an influential lineage, the nascent stirrings of discord between adjacent municipalities, or the identification of a promising young woman destined for future priestly service. All such crucial intelligence converged upon Hera via her steadfast acolytes, empowering her to wield influence through discreet yet impactful means. While Zeus might intermittently awe mortals with a precisely timed lightning strike or a spectacular metamorphosis, Hera's modus operandi involved more terrestrial conduits. A timely pronouncement from her priestess could avert an ill-conceived marital alliance. A communal celebration staged in her honor might reconcile estranged families through shared festivities, thereby mitigating tensions without requiring direct divine intervention. Over the passage of time, this strategic approach forged for Hera a reputation not merely as Zeus's resentful spouse, but as a revered goddess embodying pragmatic sagacity and societal cohesion. The populace progressively recognized that securing Hera's benevolence necessitated upholding appropriate interconnections, not only between spouses, but also among citizens and their polis, across distinct socio-economic strata, and between adjacent settlements. This expansive understanding of Hera's purview ensured the sustained pertinence of her veneration, even as Hellenic society underwent profound transformations and developments. When nascent philosophical doctrines began to scrutinize conventional myths, and when external currents introduced novel religious paradigms into the Greek milieu, Hera's sacred institutions demonstrated remarkable adaptability. They shifted their focus, accentuating the utilitarian dimensions of her worship above the more fanciful, narrative-driven mythological components. Perhaps the most compelling testament to Hera's triumphant strategic acumen emerges from the Roman era. When the Romans assimilated the Hellenic pantheon, Zeus was re-envisioned as Jupiter and Hera as Juno. Intriguingly, while numerous Greek divinities experienced a decline in their veneration under Roman dominion, Juno's significance demonstrably expanded. She ascended to a prominent position within the Capitoline triad, comprising Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, identifying her as one of the three paramount deities in the official Roman state religion. Within this Roman framework, Juno was not predominantly portrayed as a resentful spouse, but rather as a formidable tutelary goddess of the state, a stalwart protector of Rome itself. This augmented role developed organically from the bedrock principles Hera had established in Greek worship, a profound accentuation on communal solidarity, the cultivation of appropriate societal bonds, and the preservation of social equilibrium. Thus, while the legendary narratives frequently dwell upon Hera's ire and envy, emotions undeniably conducive to compelling storytelling, the demonstrable historical actuality points to a divine entity who comprehended that authentic celestial authority emanates not from theatrical confrontations, but from the diligent, gradual nurturing of human fealty. Zeus might wield the formidable power of lightning, yet Hera presided over the intricate cadences of everyday existence, the complex dynamics of communal engagement, and the foundational framework of familial relationships. She constructed her dominion not through ostentatious displays of thunderous might, but through the enduring presence of her sanctuaries, not through instilling terror, but through her profound pertinence to the fundamental concerns of humanity. As one perhaps drifts toward slumber, an appreciation might arise for this more serene portrayal of the sovereign of the gods, not tempestuously traversing Olympus in a jealous fury, but rather reposing tranquilly within her temple at Argos or Samos, accepting the unadorned tributes of her adherents, attentively receiving their supplications concerning unions, progeny, and collective concord, and subtly interweaving her pervasive influence throughout the intricate tapestry of Greek civilization, one act of devotion at a time. When contemplating the figure of Prometheus, the audacious Titan who purloined the celestial flame from the Olympian deities and bestowed it upon humankind, our minds customarily conjure a vivid tableau: a tormented figure fettered to a craggy peak, an eagle relentlessly savaging his liver day after day as retribution for his audacious challenge to Zeus's authority. This is indeed a potent and enduring image, one that has ignited the imaginations of bards, thinkers, and artisans for countless generations. However, this evening, let us momentarily divert our attention from these dramatic focal points and delve into an aspect seldom pondered: the monotonous daily regimen of Prometheus throughout his protracted incarceration. The colossal peak to which Prometheus was irrevocably shackled bore the appellation Mount Caucasus, a veritable mountain range traversing the expanse between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. In the realm of mythology, this desolate locale was deliberately chosen to ensure Prometheus's absolute isolation from any human habitation. Zeus was intent on preventing the defiant Titan from establishing any rapport with the mortals he had so beneficently aided, nor did he desire Prometheus's protracted agony to be readily observed by sympathetic eyes. The formidable bonds that held Prometheus captive were meticulously fashioned by Hephaestus, the revered deity of metallurgy and artisanal skill. These were no mundane restraints, but rather divine artifacts meticulously wrought from an indestructible substance known as adamant, imbued with singular attributes designed to withstand the immense power of a Titan. The chains were anchored to the mountainous terrain with adamantine spikes, rendering them utterly immovable. Irrespective of the Titan's desperate struggles and strenuous exertions, Prometheus remained inextricably fixed, condemned neither to liberation nor to the release of death, for the Titans were inherently immortal. His sentence was conceived to persist through aeons, or at least until such a time as Zeus might deign to extend clemency, an outcome that appeared exceedingly improbable, given the notorious obduracy of the king of the gods. God's renowned obstinacy was legendary. Yet, what precisely constituted the daily existence of this colossal Titan, held captive and shackled? How did he manage to endure the interminable hours that stretched between the dreaded visits of the predatory eagle? What profound thoughts occupied his ancient mind throughout the desolate, protracted nights, as the tempestuous mountain gales howled relentlessly around his exposed form? The venerable myths, regrettably, seldom impart these intimate particulars, choosing instead to concentrate on the pivotal, dramatic episodes of his audacious theft and the subsequent, brutal retribution. Nonetheless, let us endeavor to envision the more subdued, poignant reality of Prometheus's interminable confinement. With an almost agonizing predictability, dawn would invariably break over the formidable Caucasus Mountains, meticulously painting the snow-laden jagged peaks with ethereal hues of rose and shimmering gold light. For the multitude of ordinary, ephemeral creatures, This daily spectacle of the rising sun might herald a comforting warmth and the exhilarating promise of a nascent day brimming with fresh opportunities. However, for Prometheus, this luminous event merely signified the commencement of yet another relentless cycle of unimaginable torment. Nevertheless, Titans, by their very nature, were forged from a far more resilient essence than mere mortals, or even the Olympian deities themselves. Physical anguish was not an emotion to be cowered from, but rather an inexorable reality to be stoically endured. His initial conscious thoughts upon awakening would frequently gravitate towards the fragile human beings he had so altruistically championed. The very name Prometheus, derived from the Greek, eloquently signifies forethought, and in steadfast adherence to this appellation, he would ponder the trajectory of humanity's advancement, armed with his transformative gift of fire. Were they wielding its immense power judiciously? Had they by now mastered the intricate art of metalworking and forging? Were they successfully warding off the biting chill throughout the unforgiving winter nights? These profound musings offered him a modicum of solace, affirming that his immense sacrifice possessed an overarching, vital purpose. The pristine hours of the early morning often represented his most tranquil period. Zeus's formidable eagle, which some ancient accounts suggest bore the specific name Ethan, was a creature governed by unwavering habit, typically making its grim appearance around the zenith of midday. These precious morning hours afforded Prometheus an invaluable interval for profound introspection, a rare and cherished freedom that even his arduous imprisonment could not utterly suppress. Having existed since epochs preceding the current pantheon's ascension to power, Prometheus possessed an unfathomable reservoir of ancient knowledge and an encyclopedic memory. To fill the vast expanse of time, he would frequently conjure recollections of the cosmos's nascent days, the majestic emergence of the primordial deities from the primordial void of chaos, the subsequent birth of the mighty Titans, and the protracted sovereign rule of his elder brother Cronus, prior to Zeus's audacious leadership of the Olympian revolution. Occasionally, he would silently recite archaic poems and forgotten songs within the confines of his mind, intricate compositions originating from an era predating human civilization itself, verses that no mortal ear had ever been privileged to hear. At other times, he would meticulously craft entirely new lyrical works, fashioning complex and intricate verses that he painstakingly committed to memory, but could never share with another sentient being. Over the countless centuries of his solitary incarceration, he meticulously composed entire epic narratives that existed solely within the boundless expanse of his immortal consciousness. Prometheus was, moreover, an exceptionally astute observer of the natural world surrounding him. Chained immovably in a fixed position, he was regrettably unable to pivot and survey the entirety of the vast landscape. However, his restricted field of vision encompassed a discernible section of the rugged mountainside, an expansive sliver of the boundless sky, and, in the extreme distance on days of exceptional clarity, a slender, shimmering strip of the Black Sea. Within this narrowly circumscribed panorama, he meticulously registered every minute detail. The intricate, ever-changing patterns of cloud formations, the subtle, almost imperceptible shifts in plant growth adorning the harsh mountainside, and the migratory habits of various avian species that traversed his visible patch of azure sky. He observed, with detached fascination, generations of agile mountain goats as they fearlessly ascended the perilous, craggy slopes, keenly noting how essential knowledge seemed to be seamlessly transmitted from the elder, more experienced animals to their younger counterparts. He meticulously documented the intricate methods employed by certain birds in constructing their elaborate nests, how delicate flowers instinctively turned to follow the sun's trajectory, and how impending rainfall could be accurately predicted by subtle alterations in air pressure, which in turn affected the clarity and propagation of distant sounds reaching his keen ears. A diminutive community of marmots had established their burrow within his visual purview, and over the ensuing decades, he came to discern individual animals and their subsequent descendants, bestowing upon them names and intently following their miniature dramas of survival, courtship, and territorial skirmishes. These meticulous observations served as an invaluable means for him to gauge the inexorable passage of time and provided a fragile yet vital connection to living beings amidst his profound isolation. As the sun ascended higher into the heavens, Prometheus would commence his intricate mental preparations for the eagle's imminent arrival. The agonizing anticipation of its approach was, more often than not, a torment far surpassing the actual physical pain, a profound psychological insight he noted with a detached, almost academic interest. He meticulously developed sophisticated mental techniques to disassociate his consciousness from the impending physical suffering, retreating into the deepest recesses of his mind during the most excruciating moments. When the eagle's ominous dark silhouette finally materialized on the distant horizon, Prometheus would draw a deep, steady breath and begin silently reciting one of his meticulously memorized poems within his mind, focusing intently on its intricate rhythm and vivid imagery rather than the rapidly approaching torture. The eagle, a colossal avian predator with wings so vast they momentarily eclipsed the sun as it descended, was not inherently a malevolent entity, but merely an instrument dutifully executing its grim assigned directive. It would alight heavily upon Prometheus's chest, its formidable talons piercing deeply into his flesh, and commence its gruesome task. The ancient myths recount that the eagle would savagely tear out Prometheus's liver and voraciously consume it. What these narratives frequently omit, however, is the agonizing fact that this horrific process would span several arduous hours, during which Prometheus would relentlessly cycle through his diverse repertoire of mental techniques for enduring unimaginable pain. Sometimes he would immerse himself in solving intricate mathematical problems within his mind. At other moments, he would mentally reenact conversations from his distant past, meticulously analyzing what he might have uttered differently. Occasionally, he would simply engage in the mundane act of counting the myriad clouds traversing the sky, or the delicate petals adorning a distant flower, anything to forge a vital mental chasm between his conscious self and his acute physical suffering. When the eagle finally concluded its horrific feast and soared away, Prometheus would be granted a few precious hours of relative tranquility as his immortal body commenced its miraculous daily regeneration. The Titan's healing process was truly extraordinary. Cells multiplying at a visibly accelerated pace, tissue meticulously reforming, and blood vessels miraculously reconnecting. By the onset of nightfall, his body would be entirely whole once more, prepared to face the arduous ordeal of the subsequent day. These afternoon hours of profound healing were frequently when Prometheus permitted himself to experience emotions he otherwise rigorously suppressed. a searing anger directed at Zeus for the grossly disproportionate punishment, a profound frustration stemming from his utter helplessness, a pervasive loneliness that lacerated far deeper than the eagle's sharpest talons, but also an indomitable pride in his courageous decision to aid humanity, a deep satisfaction in the knowledge that somewhere, across the vast expanse of the world, human beings were gathered around crackling fires, preparing sustenance, creating rudimentary art, and steadily advancing their nascent civilization, all owing to his invaluable gift. As the sun began its majestic descent, painting the western sky with an unparalleled palette of colors that no human artist could ever hope to replicate, Prometheus would, at times, speak aloud, his voice rough and unaccustomed from prolonged disuse, echoing resonantly off the stark mountainside. He might recite one of his cherished poems or simply articulate what he could perceive from his elevated vantage point. There was, of course, no one present to hear his words, yet maintaining the faculty of speech seemed profoundly important to him, a small, yet potent assertion that he remained a sentient, communicating entity, despite the harrowing totality of his circumstances. Nightfall ushered in cooler temperatures and presented new opportunities for observation. Prometheus studied the celestial tapestry of stars with particular, almost reverent attention. As an ancient being, he possessed an intrinsic understanding of the true nature of these distant, shimmering celestial lights, a profound knowledge that human beings would not uncover for countless millennia. He meticulously tracked their intricate movements across the changing seasons, noting subtle alterations in their brightness and precise positions that even the most meticulous human astronomers would inevitably overlook. Occasionally, the moon would pass directly into his field of vision, and on those luminous nights, Prometheus would address it directly, speaking to Selene, the venerable moon goddess, as though she might indeed serve as a celestial messenger, conveying his thoughts to others. Whether she genuinely heard his solitary pleas or not, these one-sided conversations offered a profound comfort, a vital pretense of communication amidst his profound isolation. The capricious weather patterns injected a crucial element of variation into his otherwise monotonous existence. Storms, in particular, proved to be profoundly engaging, with bolts of lightning illuminating the rugged landscape in brief, dramatic flashes and thunder rolling majestically through the mountain ranges. Prometheus harbored a particular appreciation for lightning, vividly recalling how he had painstakingly transported the very first spark of fire for humanity, diligently protecting it from the ravages of wind and rain. Now, he observed Zeus's formidable lightning with a complex mixture of admiration for its raw, natural beauty and an ironic awareness of its profound connection to his own tragic narrative. Snowfall brought its own unique transformations, a hushed, almost reverent quality to the mountain, a pristine blanket of white that metamorphosed familiar features into novel, ethereal shapes. During periods of heavy snowfall, the eagle occasionally delayed its visit, or on rare occasions, skipped a day entirely, granting Prometheus a precious, unexpected reprieve. He could not ascertain whether this was by Zeus's deliberate design or merely the eagle's natural reluctance to fly in inclement conditions, but he unequivocally welcomed these unforeseen interruptions in the relentless routine of his punishment. The rhythmic changing of the seasons provided a grander, overarching cadence by which to mark the inexorable passage of years. Spring heralded a resurgence of new growth upon the mountainside. Summer desiccated the vegetation to hues of golden brown. Autumn meticulously painted distant trees with vibrant reds and oranges, and winter enveloped everything in a profound, hushed silence of white. Prometheus intently observed how these natural cycles profoundly affected the animals within his limited view. Their intricate mating patterns, their crucial hibernation habits, and their precise migration timing. Occasionally, he would catch fleeting glimpses of human beings far below, intrepid travelers navigating treacherous mountain paths, diligent shepherds tending to their flocks, skilled hunters tracking elusive game. They were far too distant for him to ever hope to call out to, appearing merely as minuscule, moving specks from his elevated position. Yet Prometheus would watch them with an intense, almost desperate focus during the brief intervals they remained within his view, yearning for any tangible connection to the beings for whom he had so willingly sacrificed his very freedom. Once every several decades, something truly extraordinary would transpire. A human being would actually manage to ascend high enough to catch sight of him. Most fled immediately upon encountering the chained Titan, utterly terrified by his immense inhuman stature and the gruesome spectacle of his ongoing punishment. But a select few braver souls would cautiously approach. Prometheus cherished these exceedingly rare encounters, though they were often painfully brief. He would speak gently, endeavoring to prevent frightening the intrepid visitors away, eagerly inquiring about news from the human world, learning how his initial gift of fire had progressively transformed into sophisticated forges, kilns, cooking hearths, and eventually much more. Through these intermittent interactions, he painstakingly pieced together humanity's remarkable progress across the vast tapestry of centuries. Observing humanity's advancement throughout the ages, the Titan Prometheus endured his harsh sentence. Among the rare individuals who sought him out, the most renowned was Heracles, known to the Romans as Hercules, who ultimately liberated Prometheus during the execution of his fabled 12 labors. However, this momentous deliverance followed countless millennia filled with monotonous daily customs, keen observations of the dawn, the recurrent presence of the eagle, thoughtful contemplation of the night sky, and a myriad of subtle cognitive disciplines Prometheus cultivated to preserve his mental faculties amidst his interminable captivity. A less celebrated encounter involved Io, the maiden whom Zeus had cruelly metamorphosed into a heifer. Her divinely ordained peregrinations, ceaselessly propelled by a tormenting gadfly that afforded her no respite, led her past the formidable peaks of Mount Caucasus. Despite her inability to articulate speech in her animal guise, Prometheus, possessing profound celestial insight, perceived the spark of human consciousness within her gaze. He conversed with her about her impending destiny, extending what solace he could to yet another individual ensnared in Zeus's intricate and often calamitous dealings with mortal beings. In the lengthy intervals separating these infrequent visitations, Prometheus meticulously cultivated minor routines designed to preserve his identity and personal coherence. Every dawn, he would address the rising sun with a particular invocation, a consistent custom that seamlessly linked one day to the next. As twilight descended, he would systematically recall and analyze all that he had witnessed throughout the daylight hours, methodically classifying novel data and integrating it with prior perceptions. Furthermore, he engaged in what might be termed a form of contemplative practice, though the concept lacked a formal designation in that primordial era. He would direct his concentration to his respiration, to the tactile impression of the breeze caressing his epidermis, and to the exact feel of the craggy stone against his spine. This deliberate exercise enabled him to remain anchored in the present moment, thereby preventing his mind from succumbing to the potentially disorienting vastness of his eternal incarceration. Notwithstanding his severe chastisement, Prometheus harbored no remorse for his decision to champion humankind. During tranquil periods of reflection, he would occasionally murmur counsel to the far-off mortals, as though they possessed the capacity to hear him, proposing novel implements, cautioning against environmental perils, and inspiring them to investigate and acquire knowledge. Irrespective of whether this occurred through some celestial nexus or mere happenstance, humanity indeed persisted in its trajectory of invention and revelation, unwittingly treading the very course Prometheus had envisioned for them. Following an astonishing period, reputedly 30,000 years, dedicated to this consistent regimen, though temporal quantification becomes rather insignificant at such immense magnitudes, Heracles ultimately appeared to sever Prometheus's bonds. The Titans' initial instants of liberty were not consumed by jubilant festivities, but rather by understated, deliberate motions, extending extremities that had been held immobile for countless millennia, slowly rotating his head to absorb the entirety of the surrounding panorama. For the inaugural occasion since the commencement of his incarceration, he tentatively ambled upon limbs that retained the memory of their purpose, yet had lain dormant for eons. Upon his departure from Mount Caucasus, Prometheus bore with him not merely the corporeal imprint of his torment, but an immense intellectual treasury amassed over innumerable centuries of diligent scrutiny and profound reflection. Insights concerning meteorological phenomena, the intricacies of animal conduct, celestial mechanics, and, critically, the remarkable fortitude of the human spirit when confronted with ostensibly insurmountable adversities. Although the prevailing narratives primarily emphasize his bestowal of fire upon humanity and his spectacular retribution, perhaps Prometheus's most profound endowment was this exemplified aptitude for perseverance, the faculty to uphold one's self-respect, direction, and even intellectual inquisitiveness throughout interminable periods of anguish. This constitutes a more subdued, less sensational chronicle than the appropriation of fire, yet one that could potentially impart greater solace, instilling the understanding that even within the most circumscribed environments, the intellect retains its autonomy to perceive, to conceive, to recall, and to anticipate. A facet infrequently explored in recountings of Greek mythology pertains to the profound manner in which a commonplace agricultural commodity, olive oil, not only molded the everyday existence of the Hellenic people, but also fundamentally influenced the very narratives they constructed about their deities. Beneath the surface of epic clashes and valiant expeditions resides a more subtle, pervasive force, the unassuming olive and its invaluable lustrous oil. Envision oneself transported to ancient Athens on a balmy summer twilight. The atmosphere is imbued with the fragrance of untamed thyme drifting from the neighboring elevations, commingled with the effluvium of culinary hearths and the ubiquitous perfume of olive oil. Within domestic dwellings throughout the metropolis, modest earthenware luminaries consume this identical oil, emitting a gentle, amber radiance as households ready themselves for repose. In sacred sanctuaries, more substantial oil lamps cast their light upon divine effigies. In governmental edifices, civil servants labor under the illumination of oil, diligently tallying fiscal contributions or inscribing statutes. In every direction one gazes, the beneficence of olive oil determines human habitation, vocations, devotional practices, and even their conceptualization of the sacred bond with the celestial. The venerable olive tree made its advent in Greece many millennia past, presumably disseminating from the regions of Syria or Palestine. Yet the Hellenes did not merely integrate this beneficial flora. They exalted it to a hallowed standing and intricately interlaced it into the very fabric of their cultural ethos. The olive's significance permeated Greek existence to such an extent that it inexorably permeated their mythological narratives, thereby shaping the manner in which tales were recounted and influencing the specific deities who garnered profound veneration. Arguably, the preeminent myth associated with the olive pertains to the very establishment of Athens. The narrative posits that both Poseidon and Athena aspired to assume the role of tutelary divinity for this emergent, auspicious habitation. To arbitrate their claim, the assembled deities consented to a competition. Each would present a boon to the burgeoning city, and its inhabitants would determine which offering held the greatest utility. Poseidon, in his turn, smote the earth with his formidable trident, whereupon a fount of water materialized, regrettably saline water, offering scant benefit for potable consumption or agricultural irrigation. Athena's contribution was an olive tree, the inaugural specimen in that territory. The populace judiciously selected Athena's endowment, acknowledging that the olive arbor furnished sustenance, oil for culinary purposes and illumination, timber for construction, and shelter from the intense Mediterranean solar rays. Consequently, the city received the appellation Athens in tribute to her. This foundational legend is commonly recounted as a straightforward rivalry among divine beings, yet its more profound import resides in the insights it offers regarding Hellenic principles. Through their preference for the olive tree, a gift both enduring and pragmatic, over a spectacular but ultimately less serviceable divine presentation, the legendary forebears of the Athenians demonstrated their esteem for renewable provisions and agrarian affluence, prioritizing these above more ostentatious yet less beneficial propositions. The hallowed olive tree, purportedly sprung from Athena's initial offering, received meticulous guardianship upon the Acropolis for numerous centuries. When Persian forces incinerated it during their incursion in 480 BCE, the citizens of Athens were plunged into profound despair, not solely due to the martial setback, but also by the sacrilege inflicted upon this vibrant connection to their celestial protectress. Nevertheless, upon their return to the desolated remnants, they discovered the charred trunk exhibiting fresh, burgeoning shoots, a potent emblem of fortitude that solidified their conviction in Athena's unwavering guardianship. Olive oil also permeated mythological narratives through more nuanced channels. One might reflect upon the multitude of Hellenic tales that feature the ritualistic application of oil. Champions preparing for commemorative athletic contests would lavishly apply olive oil to their physiques prior to engagement. Nuptial couples received anointing before their matrimonial rites. Infants, freshly born, were accorded a soothing olive oil unguent. The deceased underwent purification and anointment preceding interment. This utilitarian commodity, employed for epidermal cleansing and hydration in an arid clime, accrued a sacrosanct import through its constant, everyday deployment. Consequently, When myths depicted divinities or heroic figures undergoing anointment, Greek audiences would have instinctively linked these accounts to their personal encounters with pivotal life passages underscored by the ceremonial use of oil. Even the Hellenic conception of the post-mortem realm was molded by the pervasive olive culture. Within Hades, the subterranean domain, the specters of the deceased were reputedly presented with potable oblations consisting of milk, golden nectar, pure water, fermented grape juice, and olive oil. These ceremonial pourings, discharged onto the earth, were believed to permeate downwards, providing sustenance to the ethereal forms of departed kin. A fitting Greek interment customarily incorporated unguent vessels among the sepulchral provisions, thereby guaranteeing that the departed would possess this indispensable commodity in their existence beyond the veil. The cultivation and extraction of olive oil adhered to an anticipated annual cycle that profoundly impacted the Hellenic perception of temporality itself. Olives were customarily gathered from late autumn extending into the nascent days of winter. The process of oil extraction frequently converged with the winter solstice, the nadir of the annual light cycle, a juncture when newly pressed oil would restock depleted domestic stores precisely when illumination was most critical. This chronological alignment forged a link between olive oil and mythological narratives centered on regeneration and revitalization. Accounts depicting Persephone's ascent from the chthonic realm, heralding the advent of spring, acquired augmented resonance when recounted during the period of oil pressing. In a parallel fashion, just as the olive drupes were compressed to yield their vital essence during the year's gloomiest days, so too would radiance and vitality re-emerge in the cosmos once winter's tenacious hold began to recede. The very methodology for producing olive oil possessed an almost sacred, formalized character. Subsequent to their collection, the olives underwent pulverization beneath ponderous stone grinding apparatuses, or were meticulously macerated within mortars. The resultant pulpy mass was then enclosed within intricately woven sacks and subjected to pressure to draw forth the oleaginous fluid, which was subsequently decanted from the aqueous content naturally present within the olives. Ultimately, the refined oil was entombed within ceramic vessels, hermetically sealed, and maintained in cool, shadowed conditions to safeguard its inherent excellence. This metamorphosis from an acrid fruit to a luminous golden elixir furnished a compelling symbolic representation that recurs persistently throughout Hellenic narratives. Legends concerning metamorphosis frequently employ terminology that would evoke for listeners the imagery of oil manufacture. When Apollo pursued Daphne, leading to her arboreal transmogrification into a laurel, or when Narcissus assumed the form of the blossom bearing his appellation, these alterations mirrored the customary procedure through which an unexceptional element attained a valuable status via meticulous refinement. Olive oil held an indisputable position at the heart of athletic contests. Those vigorous physical challenges so deeply cherished by the Hellenes that they instituted the illustrious Olympic Games in deference to their divine patrons. Competitors meticulously applied oil to their physiques prior to engaging in wrestling bouts or foot races. The luminous gleam on their sculpted musculature evolving into an aesthetic paradigm immortalized in countless statues and intricate vase paintings. Within the realm of myth, whenever deities or legendary figures partook in physical trials, Greek audiences instinctively envisioned them prepared with this precious oil, irrespective of whether the narrative explicitly stated its presence. The celebrated grappling encounter between the mighty Heracles and the potent river god, Achelous, or the impressive athletic feats of Perseus would have been mentally conjured with the combatant's skin resplendent with olive oil, mirroring the appearance of actual athletes within the hallowed confines of Greek gymnasiums. The profound influence of the olive tree extended even to the very fabric of how Greeks conceptualized divine retribution. Numerous mythological accounts recount how egregious hubris, an overweening arrogance, or direct defiance of the gods inevitably culminated in dire repercussions. The distinct horror inherent in Prometheus's torment, the daily tearing out of his liver by a ravenous eagle, would have resonated powerfully with Greeks intimately familiar with the arduous process of oil pressing. The liver, a dark, glistening organ, forcibly removed and consumed, might have vividly conjured mental images of olives being crushed and pressed with immense force to extract their precious essence. Similarly, when the legendary Tantalus endured his eternal punishment, condemned to stand perpetually in undrinkable water beneath fruit-laden branches that receded at his grasp, this endless state of deprivation would have struck a particularly poignant chord with a populace that fully comprehended the indispensable nature of olive oil for sustenance, illumination, sacred rites, and personal cleanliness, all of which were fundamental to a civilized existence. So esteemed was olive oil that it functioned as a vital medium of exchange across the entire Mediterranean basin. Fiscal obligations could be discharged with oil, and outstanding debts frequently settled through its provision. Victorious athletes in prestigious competitions were often bestowed with amphorae brimming with exquisite oil as their coveted rewards. This fundamental economic reality permeated and shaped the portrayal of opulence within mythological narratives. When tales recounted the prosperity of affluent monarchs or the blessings bestowed upon heroic figures, their immense wealth might be gauged not solely by stores of gold or expansive landholdings, but by the flourishing olive groves under their dominion and the substantial quantities of oil held in reserve. Plutus, the venerable god of riches, sometimes interwoven with the chthonic deity Pluto, Hades, was frequently depicted clutching an olive branch or encircled by emblems of agricultural fecundity. Rather than glittering precious metals, genuine prosperity, these visual representations subtly implied, resided not in ephemeral adornments, but in enduring, renewable resources such as the venerable olive. Furthermore, olive oil occupied a pivotal role in the practice of Greek medicine. It served as the fundamental matrix for innumerable therapeutic concoctions, meticulously blended with various herbs or other constituents to address a spectrum of ailments, ranging from superficial wounds to troublesome digestive complaints and diverse dermatological conditions. This inherent association with healing profoundly influenced mythological accounts of divine cures. When Apollo, the god of healing, or his renowned son Asclepius, were described as alleviating maladies in myths, Greek audiences would have implicitly understood that olive oil played an instrumental part in these miraculous treatments, regardless of whether its inclusion was explicitly stated in the narrative. Even the intrinsic hue of olive oil subtly influenced how the Greeks conceived of divine luminosity. The inviting, golden radiance emanating from an oil lamp constituted the primary source of artificial illumination known to them. Consequently, when mythological narratives depicted the ethereal brilliance of the gods, Apollo's blazing, sun-like effulgence, or Artemis's serene, moonlit glow, these celestial lights would have been subconsciously juxtaposed with the familiar, reassuring luminescence of olive oil lamps, which valiantly held the encroaching darkness at bay. The remarkable longevity of the olive tree also profoundly affected Greek perceptions of immortality. Olive trees possess an extraordinary lifespan, often thriving for many centuries. Indeed, some specimens in Greece today, still bearing fruit, are estimated to be well over 2,000 years old. For ancient peoples, whose own lives seldom extended beyond 4 or 5 decades, these venerable trees embodied a form of terrestrial immortality, forging a tangible link to ancestors long departed and to descendants yet to be born. This unique perspective helped to shape how Greeks comprehended divine temporality when myths spoke of the gods existing eternally. Such a concept might have been partially visualized through the enduring image of ancient olive trees that had silently observed generation after generation of human existence, all while remaining essentially unaltered. In this profound sense, the olive tree became a symbolic bridge, spanning the chasm between fleeting mortal time and boundless divine eternality. The olive branch, universally recognized as an emblem of peace, frequently appears in a multitude of Greek myths, most notably in the aforementioned narrative detailing Athena's emblematic contest with Poseidon. This enduring association likely blossomed from the fact that olive trees demand many years to mature sufficiently to yield their fruit. Consequently, they symbolize a significant long-term investment in peaceful, settled existence, rather than the transient movements of nomadic life or the destructive upheaval of warfare. A community that committed to planting olive groves was, by extension, pledging to remain rooted in one location and to coexist harmoniously with its neighboring settlements. This potent symbolism of peace intricately influenced the portrayal of specific deities. Athena, despite her formidable attributes as a warrior goddess in many respects, was also closely linked with sagacity and strategic, well-considered action, rather than impulsive aggression, qualities that perfectly mirrored the patient and deliberate cultivation of olive trees. Her extensive myth cycle consistently underscores the value of ingenious solutions and far-sighted planning over the application of brute force. The olive's indispensable role in religious observance was arguably its most direct and pervasive influence upon Greek mythology. Olive oil was ritually poured as libations to honor the gods. Sacred lamps, fueled by burning olive oil, cast their illuminating glow within the hallowed precincts of temples. Priests and priestesses underwent anointing with oil before undertaking significant ceremonial duties. The very substance was so intrinsically woven into the fabric of worship that it became exceedingly difficult to disentangle the practical utility of the oil from its profound spiritual significance. When myths chronicled the interactions between mortal beings and the divine, these established rituals formed the underlying understanding of how such communication was appropriately meant to transpire. Narratives featuring impious characters frequently highlighted their failure to make proper offerings, including the essential oil libations. While favored mortals diligently upheld these sacred practices, the very act of harvesting olives became intimately associated with specific minor deities. The Horae, personifications of hours or seasons, were believed to oversee the precise timing of agricultural endeavors, including the opportune moment for gathering olives. Aristaeus, the offspring of Apollo and the nymphs, was revered as the benevolent protector of olive groves and credited as the ingenious inventor of olive cultivation techniques. These specialized agricultural deities received consistent veneration from farmers whose very livelihoods were inextricably linked to the successful production of olives. Perhaps most fundamentally, olive oil irrevocably transformed Greek myths by fostering the very conditions of stability and prosperity that enabled these narratives to first develop and subsequently be recorded. The consistent provision of calories, the utility as a cooking medium, the essential lighting fuel, its medicinal applications, and its value as a trade commodity, all supplied by olive oil, robustly supported population expansion, the process of urbanization, and the eventual emergence of a social stratum with sufficient leisure time to cultivate sophisticated art, literature, philosophical thought, and elaborate mythologies. Without the unassuming olive, Greece might never have attained the cultural richness that gave rise to its intricate pantheon of gods and the complex narratives woven around them. In this profound sense, the olive tree stands as the literal bedrock of Greek mythology. It was not merely a recurring subject within myths, but rather a fundamental prerequisite for their very existence. As one drifts towards slumber, perhaps it becomes evident how even the most dramatic and fantastical myths are deeply rooted in commonplace substances and everyday experiences. Behind the formidable thunderbolts of Zeus and the tumultuous storms unleashed by Poseidon lies the subtle yet pervasive influence of a golden oil, meticulously pressed from bitter fruit, which illuminated homes, consecrated bodies, assuaged ailments, and forged a powerful connection between mortals and the divine through thousands of humble daily rituals. And perhaps there is solace in recognizing how the extraordinary blossoms from the ordinary, how the most magnificent stories frequently find their genesis in the simplest of things, like an ancient olive tree, seemingly unremarkable, yet holding within its venerable form the potential for nourishment, enlightenment, and intergenerational connection. Indeed, the quieter, often overlooked aspects of life frequently harbor a significance far more profound than initially perceived. As our exploration of the less overt dimensions of Greek mythology continues, let us now direct our attention to a seemingly routine yet utterly indispensable function within the ancient divine realm: the meticulous conveyance of messages. Specifically, we shall delve into the often underestimated role of Hermes, not as the dramatic psychopomp guiding souls to the underworld, nor as the cunning infant who audaciously pilfered Apollo's sacred cattle, but rather in a capacity far more mundane, yet undeniably critical, as the original celestial courier, the first postal worker of the gods. One might envision Mount Olympus not merely as a venue for lavish banquets and momentous divine deliberations, but as a bustling and intricate communications nexus. Deities perpetually required the transmission of messages to other gods, to favored mortals, to heroes embarking on perilous quests, and to oracles who articulated their sacred will. Someone was tasked with the formidable responsibility of managing this intricate web of information, ensuring that divine decrees arrived promptly and with unwavering accuracy. That pivotal individual was Hermes. Born of the union between Zeus and the beguiling nymph Maia, Hermes exhibited an innate predisposition for his future role as messenger from the very dawn of his existence. Mythological accounts narrate how, even as a newborn, he cunningly absconded with Apollo's consecrated cattle, ingeniously fashioned the lyre from a tortoise shell, and then, with remarkable charm and eloquence, artfully negotiated his way out of any punitive consequences, ultimately persuading Apollo to exchange the very lyre for the cattle he had lost. This extraordinary confluence of unparalleled swiftness, inventive genius, and compelling communication prowess rendered him the quintessential candidate. When Zeus sought an individual to oversee Olympus's ever-increasing volume of message traffic. Let us contemplate the likely components of Hermes's typical daily routine. Each morning, he would present himself at Zeus's majestic palace for his primary briefing. The sovereign king of gods would invariably have a carefully prepared roster of urgent messages designated for delivery that day. This might encompass a cautionary alert to a hero regarding an impending ordeal, precise directives for a priest at a particular temple, or a crucial diplomatic communication intended for another potent deity, such as Poseidon or Hades. Zeus's pronouncements were customarily conveyed orally, rather than in written form. Hermes possessed an impeccable memory, an essential attribute for a divine herald, enabling him to faithfully reiterate complex instructions verbatim, without a single inaccuracy. For messages deemed exceptionally important or highly sensitive, Zeus might even speak directly into a hermetically sealed container, thereby encapsulating his divine voice, which Hermes would then transport unopened to its designated recipient, ensuring absolute integrity of the message. After receiving his directives from Zeus, the chief of the gods, Hermes would commence his circuit among the other Olympians, inquiring about any pending communiques they might wish to dispatch. Each deity, of course, possessed a unique communication style and a distinct set of priorities. Athena, the revered goddess of wisdom, consistently favored her messages to be meticulously articulated, frequently furnishing Hermes with precisely inscribed scrolls that contained elaborate directives for her esteemed champions or master artisans. She might, for instance, entrust him with intricate architectural blueprints for a nascent temple, strategic counsel for generals engaged in fierce combat, or even sophisticated weaving patterns intended for particularly skilled textile creators. Apollo's transmissions, in contrast, often manifested as profound prophecies or sudden inspirations, specifically intended for poets, musicians, or his revered oracles stationed at sacred sites such as Delphi. These particular communiques proved exceptionally challenging to transmit, as they frequently arrived in the ethereal form of dreams or instantaneous insights rather than direct, spoken words. To counter this elusive nature, Hermes had ingeniously developed a specialized technique for conveying these fleeting messages, utilizing unique containers crafted from crystallized moonlight, which possessed the remarkable ability to preserve their delicate, dreamlike quality until the moment of their destined delivery. Aphrodite, the radiant goddess of love, was notable for dispatching a greater volume of messages than nearly any other divine being. Her communications frequently embodied emotions rather than explicit verbal declarations, an instantaneous allure, a nascent warmth blossoming within the heart, or a potent surge of desire between prospective paramours. Hermes meticulously transported these emotional messages in diminutive ampules of aromatic essence, which he would subtly fracture in the vicinity of the intended recipients, thereby releasing the goddess's potent influence imperceptibly into the very air they breathed. Ares, the formidable god of war, was mercifully concise in his transmissions, typically comprising merely a name, a specific location, and a solitary, unambiguous directive such as engage or disengage. Hermes, in fact, valued the unembellished nature of these transmissions, though he found it disagreeable that they so frequently propelled him directly into the perilous theaters of conflict. Subsequent to gathering the day's full complement of messages from all the Olympians who harbored communication needs, Hermes would meticulously devise his transmission itinerary for optimal expedition. Distinct from modern postal workers who might adhere to a predetermined trajectory each day, Hermes strategically planned each day's journey based on urgency, spatial distribution, and any unique conveyance stipulations. For this critical work, his legendary winged sandals were utterly indispensable. These were not merely ornamental features, but rather advanced implements, expertly fashioned by Hephaestus himself. The sandals ingeniously housed miniature wind spirits that propelled Hermes through the air at prodigious velocities. They possessed the extraordinary capacity to adapt to varying meteorological circumstances, rarefying the atmosphere at lofty altitudes to mitigate drag or generating pneumatic buffers when descending rapidly towards Earth. The wings themselves represented true wonders of divine engineering. Each individual feather could adjust independently, allowing for exceptionally precise trajectory control. Furthermore, the sandals could conform to diverse terrains when Hermes needed to traverse on foot rather than in flight, expanding slightly on soft sand to obviate submersion or manifesting minute protuberances for superior grip on icy mountain peaks. Augmenting his sandals was his iconic caduceus, the staff famously entwined with a pair of ophidian creatures. This was not solely an emblem of his function, but also a highly utilitarian instrument for his courier responsibilities. The staff possessed the miraculous ability to elongate or retract as necessitated, serving as a reliable trekking staff on rugged terrain or a convenient leaping aid over formidable obstacles. The serpents themselves were sentient creatures, lesser celestial beings, who actively aided the messenger by remaining vigilant for perils, while he remained focused on complex navigation. The caduceus also functioned as Hermes's sophisticated archival mechanism. The staff contained an extra-dimensional void where he could securely deposit communiques, awaiting transmission. The serpents, with their innate divine awareness, assisted in arranging this dimension, expertly extracting particular dispatches when required and guaranteeing that no item was mislaid during conveyance. Hermes customarily commenced his deliveries with the most urgent dispatches, typically those originating from Zeus himself or any temporally critical communiques that brooked no delay. He would then strategically advance to regional groupings, transmitting numerous communiques within the same geographical area before moving to the next territory. The challenges inherent in message delivery differed significantly depending on the intended recipient. Transmitting to fellow gods was largely uncomplicated. Hermes simply needed to ascertain their whereabouts and convey the dispatch. Gods usually greeted him with civility, appreciating the profound significance of his role in upholding celestial discourse. Mortals, however, presented considerably more intricate scenarios. Some individuals were unable to discern Hermes in his celestial aspect, compelling him to frequently assume the guise of a traveler, merchant, or anonymous stranger to deliver messages without betraying his authentic identity. Important heroes and kings, on occasion, might receive a more immediate manifestation, with Hermes appearing in a dream or vision to impart divine directives. Perhaps the most arduous transmissions were those destined for the underworld. Communiques for Hades or for deceased souls necessitated the messenger's traversal of interdimensional thresholds between worlds. For these perilous journeys, he carried unique talismans that afforded him passage past Charon, the ferryman, and Cerberus, the guardian hound, without the customary impediments. The very atmosphere of the underworld could compromise standard communiques, so dispatches bound for Hades's chthonic domain were meticulously wrapped in unique safeguarding substances, typically leaves harvested from the dark aspen trees that flourished along the banks of the Acheron River. Hermes, ever the innovator, developed an intricate methodology for monitoring communique progression. He invariably carried a unique satchel containing variegated stones, pristine white pebbles for transmitted communiques, somber black for those awaiting transmission, and vibrant red for unfulfilled endeavors necessitating subsequent action. At the conclusion of each day, he would meticulously reconcile every dispatch, guaranteeing that no item had been neglected. Inclement weather posed distinct difficulties for the celestial courier operation. While Hermes himself possessed the ability to traverse nearly all meteorological states, the messages he carried sometimes necessitated unique safeguarding. Scrolls and tablets, for instance, required rendering impermeable during periods of rain. Verbal messages carried within sealed containers could be warped by powerful gales or compromised by severe thermal variations. Hermes became remarkably proficient in forecasting weather patterns and strategically charting trajectories to circumvent the most adverse circumstances. Occasionally, communique delivery involved more than the mere conveyance of data. Hermes sometimes functioned as a diplomat or interpreter when discourse proved problematic between parties. Gods communicating with mortals often required their celestial notions to be distilled into terms humans could readily grasp. Furthermore, disparate territories of the mortal world spoke different languages, demanding Hermes's proficiency in every mortal dialect, a skill he effortlessly acquired as the revered god of language. The divine messenger also established procedures for communique authentication. Significant dispatches consistently included verifiable components designed to obviate falsification or distortion. Zeus's messages typically arrived with the subtle aroma of ionized oxygen, reminiscent of the air after an electrical discharge. Poseidon's communications often reached their destination somewhat moist, bearing the piquancy of marine salinity. Recipients over time learned to look for these authenticating indicators to confirm the communique genuinely originated from the purported source. Hermes meticulously kept detailed records of all his deliveries in a unique ledger crafted from imperishable substances. This comprehensive repository functioned for both utilitarian and chronological objectives. Should a god allege their dispatch was not transmitted, or a mortal neglect to heed celestial directives, Hermes could readily refer to his chronicles to verify the precise timing and method by which the communication had been conveyed. Over centuries, these records grew into an exhaustive repository of celestial human exchanges. Occasionally, the inspirational goddesses, the Muses, would reference these archives when invigorating bards to compose narratives about interactions between gods and humans, thereby guaranteeing fidelity in the stories that would ultimately become foundational myths. The quantity of communiques invariably varied with occurrences within both celestial and terrestrial domains. During periods of widespread wars or devastating natural disasters, message traffic surged significantly as gods dispatched directives, admonitions, or endorsements to their preferred factions. Significant sacred observances also precipitated heightened discourse as gods acknowledged supplications and oblations. Hermes, with his keen foresight, learned to anticipate these peak demands and modify his itinerary appropriately. Like any diligent courier, Hermes cultivated rapport with consistent addressees on his routes. He grew to understand which temple priests favored dispatches conveyed at daybreak, prior to their diurnal ceremonies, and which preferred nocturnal transmissions. He discerned which heroes reacted more favorably to explicit directives, and which required allegorical or emblematic communiques to steer them with greater nuance. The tangible embodiment of divine messages assumed diverse guises. Straightforward communiques might arrive as a soft zephyr murmuring utterances into a recipient's auditory canal. More official dispatches might appear as parchments coalescing ex nihilo. Cautionary communiques sometimes manifested as diminutive artifacts imbued with emblematic significance. A pristine white stone signifying auspicious prospects, or a somber black feather advising circumspection. Hermes also administered what could be termed acknowledgement of receipt protocols for exceptionally crucial dispatches. When Zeus desired corroboration that his directives were both obtained and comprehended, Hermes would diligently procure a reply from the recipient, perhaps an oral confirmation, an emblematic representation, or sometimes even a minor oblation to verify adherence. Beyond individual messages, Hermes supervised what could be regarded as the primordial periodical distribution system. Consistent advisories about celestial decrees and universal occurrences were transmitted to prominent sanctuaries, apprising clerical figures about affairs pertinent to their specific divinity. These divine bulletins helped to guarantee that sacerdotal observances stayed consonant with the gods' contemporary desires and primary objectives. The sacred duty of a divine envoy necessitated unwavering impartiality. Hermes, the esteemed herald of Olympus, conveyed dispatches emanating from every deity, utterly unconcerned by the perpetual feuds or strategic pacts that characterized the immortal pantheon. Even amidst the most acrimonious exchanges, such as the frequent domestic quarrels between the formidable Zeus and his queenly consort Hera, Hermes upheld an exacting standard of objectivity, meticulously transmitting the original communication without any personal embellishment or omission. This steadfast detachment was precisely what distinguished Hermes, positioning him as one of the rare divine beings capable of traversing the intricate divisions among celestial factions without impediment. During the protracted and divisive Trojan War, when the Olympian gods themselves were deeply polarized, some ardently championing the Achaeans and others resolutely endorsing the Trojans, Hermes persistently facilitated the exchange of vital intelligence to both warring parties, thereby ensuring an uninterrupted stream of communication despite the profound animosity. As human societies progressed and mortals began to devise their own sophisticated methods for transmitting information, Hermes evinced a keen fascination with these burgeoning terrestrial endeavors. He graciously assumed the mantle of protector and guide for mortal couriers, wayfarers, and subsequently, the intrepid merchants who, in their extensive journeys, not only transported valuable commodities, but also disseminated crucial tidings. Along ancient thoroughfares, distinctive roadside shrines, commonly referred to as Hermes, stood as prominent waymarkers. These were typically robust stone pillars, surmounted by a sculpted likeness of Hermes's head. It was a common and deeply ingrained practice for messengers and pilgrims alike to deposit modest votive offerings at these sacred markers, seeking auspicious fortune and a secure journey. Beyond his direct involvement, Hermes ingeniously conceived what could be accurately described as the primordial system of postal identification, a meticulously structured lexicon of arcane symbols designed to pinpoint distinct geographical territories and precise destinations, thereby streamlining the intricate process of message distribution. Grand metropolises, revered sanctuaries, and the opulent residences of illustrious monarchs each possessed a singular, bespoke identifier within this sophisticated schema. The profound intricacies of these enigmatic glyphs were privy exclusively to Hermes himself and to the sagacious serpents entwined around his caduceus, who, with their innate wisdom, assisted in the meticulous categorization and dispatch of communications. Upon the close of each terrestrial day, Hermes meticulously concluded his extensive rounds, ascending once more to the celestial heights of Mount Olympus. There, he would diligently present a comprehensive report detailing all successfully executed deliveries and any unforeseen complications or significant challenges that might have surfaced during his peregrinations. In response, the venerable Zeus and the assembled divine council would then impart their fresh directives and mandates for the ensuing 24-hour period, thus recommencing the indispensable daily cycle of communication with the first blush of dawn. Consequently, while human memory frequently enshrines Hermes for his more overtly theatrical and audacious exploits, such as the cunning theft of Apollo's sacred cattle, the ingenious creation of the melodious lyre, or his solemn duty as the psychopomp, escorting departed souls to the shadowy domains of the afterlife, it is arguably his most intrinsically vital responsibility that often remains understated. This was the unwavering, dependable daily postal network he orchestrated, an indispensable service that meticulously maintained the intricate web of communication across the entire ancient Greek cosmos, ensuring its perpetual interconnectedness and informed state. Indeed, without his ceaseless peregrinations between the celestial and terrestrial spheres, meticulously conveying divine instructions, crucial warnings, benevolent blessings, and vital human petitions and responses, the profound and multifaceted interplay between the gods and humanity, which constitutes the very essence and narrative bedrock of Greek mythology, could scarcely have materialized. As one's consciousness gently recedes towards the embrace of slumber, a deeper appreciation might perhaps emerge for this more tranquil portrayal of Hermes, not merely the renowned trickster deity of captivating and dramatic narratives, but rather the assiduous celestial courier of Olympus. One might envision him awakening with the dawn each day to meticulously organize his myriad dispatches, carefully inspecting his iconic winged sandals for any signs of abrasion, diligently ensuring that the sagacious serpents entwined about his caduceus are fully vigilant and poised for action. Subsequently, he would embark upon his customary circuits, diligently upholding the indispensable communicative infrastructure that seamlessly linked the deathless gods amongst themselves and, equally crucially, to the mortal beings who offered them veneration. Upon contemplating Dionysus, the revered deity of viticulture, a series of archetypal mental pictures invariably materialize. Scenes of unrestrained festivities, fervent ecstatic gyrations, joyous celebrants adorned with verdant ivy wreaths, and chalices brimming with intoxicating libations. The ancient mythologies frequently depict him at the vanguard of tumultuous, frenzied processions, winding through primeval woodlands, accompanied by his retinue of boisterous satyrs and frenzied maenads, all enveloped in profound states of divine rapture. Yet, this evening, our focus shall pivot to a more subdued, seldom examined facet of this multifaceted divinity: Dionysus as the meticulous agriculturalist, the assiduous horticulturist, who possessed the profound insight that prior to the commencement of any jubilant revelry, an essential prerequisite was the painstaking, deliberate, and methodical cultivation of the grapevines themselves. Indeed, ages before his name became inextricably linked with unbridled revelry and profound divine ecstasy, Dionysus harbored an intrinsic and fundamental bond with the cyclical rhythms of botanical proliferation, most notably the intricate art of viticulture. This foundational agrarian function unequivocally predated his more widely celebrated manifestations and persisted as the bedrock upon which his veneration was firmly established across the entire span of ancient Greek civilization. Envision, if you will, a sun-drenched incline in Hellenic antiquity, gracefully descending towards the azure expanse of the Mediterranean Sea. The ephemeral morning mist yet caresses the earth, as a lone, contemplative figure threads his way with measured precision amidst the verdant rows of nascent grapevines. His gait is purposeful and unhurried, his touch exquisitely tender as he meticulously scrutinizes each individual plant. This is Dionysus, revealed not as the exuberant bacchanalian figure emblazoned in popular lore, but rather as the sagacious and intimately attuned viticultural master, profoundly cognizant of every single vine entrusted to his divine superintendence. The arduous endeavor of grape cultivation throughout the ancient Mediterranean basin constituted an exceptionally sophisticated discipline, one that demanded a specialized compendium of horticultural expertise painstakingly amassed over countless generations. The Hellenes possessed an acute awareness that disparate grape varietals flourished optimally in distinct soil compositions, that grapevines necessitated precise and nuanced pruning methodologies to yield the most superior fruit, and furthermore, that the exact moment of harvest profoundly influenced the ultimate excellence of the resulting vinous product. As the preeminent deity overseeing the vine, Dionysus personified this vast repository of inherited and experiential sagacity. His annual regimen meticulously mirrored the inherent rhythms of viticultural practice. During the concluding weeks of winter, a period when the vast majority of other flora remained dormant and quiescent, Dionysus would embark upon the indispensable and exacting task of pruning. Given that grapevines exclusively bear fruit upon their fresh, nascent growth, the judicious excision of the preceding year's lignified stems was an absolutely critical precondition for ensuring a bountiful subsequent harvest. This intricate art of pruning demanded not only profound discernment, but also extensive practical acumen. An insufficient removal of wood would result in the vine yielding an abundance of diminutive, substandard grapes, whereas an overly aggressive cut would inevitably compromise the overall productivity and volume of the crop. Throughout the local winemaking communities, a peculiar and often recounted phenomenon frequently surfaced during the annual pruning season. Vintners engaged in their solitary labors amidst their vine rows occasionally sensed an ethereal presence in close proximity, or observed that particular plants appeared to have been meticulously and expertly pruned during the hours of darkness. A select few even asserted they perceived a subtle, melodious humming emanating from within the rows, a harmonious cadence seemingly imbued with the power to foster vigorous growth. Such occurrences were universally interpreted as unmistakable indications of Dionysus's direct, benevolent intervention, his unseen divine hands actively assisting in the meticulous shaping and preparation for the forthcoming year's vintage. With the advent of spring, Dionysus would diligently maintain a vigilant vigil for the nascent signs of budbreak, that truly enchanting instant when minute, verdant foliage initially unfurls from the seemingly inert, lignified structures of the grapevines. This profound metamorphosis, transitioning from a state of suspended animation to burgeoning vitality, encapsulated one of the core, enigmatic tenets intrinsically linked to his veneration: the perpetual cosmic rhythm of demise and resurgence, a cycle so vividly illustrated by the annual renewal inherent in the life of the grapevines. Throughout this delicate and susceptible initial phase of growth, unseasonable late frosts constituted a grave and pervasive menace to the burgeoning crop. Vineyards consecrated to Dionysus frequently featured diminutive altars positioned strategically at the perimeters of their fields, laden with propitiatory offerings intended to implore divine safeguarding for the fragile nascent shoots. Proprietors who diligently upheld these sacred observances consistently attested to experiencing notably diminished frost-induced damage compared to adjacent agricultural parcels, where such reverent devotions had been regrettably overlooked. As the grapevines progressively ascended in stature, their increasing height necessitated robust structural reinforcement. While contemporary viticultural practices employ intricate trellis frameworks to fulfill this function, the vintners of ancient Greece habitually utilized unadorned wooden stakes. Dionysus imparted the crucial precept that these indispensable supports ought to be positioned with meticulous deliberation, not excessively proximate, lest they impede the vital expansion of the root system, yet neither unduly distant, which would compromise the efficacy of their intended support. This interdependent relationship between the vine and its stake, he elucidated, was inherently symbiotic, strikingly analogous to the ideal and harmonious rapport that should characterize the interaction between mortal beings and the august divine powers. Towards the culmination of spring, the grapevines would commence their delicate efflorescence, unveiling minuscule blossoms destined to ultimately transmute into burgeoning grape clusters. This period represented an exceptionally fragile juncture, for inclement atmospheric conditions during the flowering stage possessed the potential to precipitously diminish the prospective yield of the harvest. Dionysus, it was recounted, ceaselessly perambulated his vineyards throughout this critical interval, frequently adopting the unassuming guise of a commonplace horticulturist, thereby personally bestowing additional solicitous attention upon those plants exhibiting signs of distress or faltering growth. The sagacious deity comprehended that truly efficacious viticulture mandated a comprehensive consideration of the entire intricate ecosystem encompassing the grapevines. He meticulously instructed vintners in the art of fostering specific advantageous flora in close proximity, while prudently extirpating other growths that might contend for vital soil nutrients. Furthermore, he elucidated how to accurately discern which insect species facilitated the crucial process of pollination, and which, conversely, posed a perilous threat to the developing fruit. This encompassing, holistic methodology profoundly mirrored Dionysus's inherent character as a divinity presiding over interconnected systems, rather than merely isolated components. In stark contrast to deities whose dominion was confined to singular natural phenomena, such as Poseidon's undeniable sovereignty over the vast oceans, Dionysus embodied the profound and intricate symbiotic relationship interwoven between the earth's soil, life-giving water, radiant sun, the burgeoning plants themselves, and the diligent human cultivation that synergistically brought all these elements into a state of exquisite harmony. As the Mediterranean summer steadily advanced and the nascent grape clusters began to coalesce, Dionysus unveiled yet another pivotal horticultural technique: the judicious, selective thinning of the developing fruit. Through the strategic removal of certain grape clusters from vines that were overly burdened, the residual fruit would consequently absorb a greater concentration of vital nutrients and thus cultivate a superior, more nuanced flavor profile. This seemingly paradoxical practice, which advocated for a deliberate reduction in sheer quantity to achieve an elevated standard of quality, transcended its agricultural utility to become a profound philosophical tenet within his sacred mysteries, imparting the wisdom that, at times, a temporary relinquishment or perceived loss can ultimately culminate in a more profound and abundant realization. The scorching Mediterranean summer presented its own distinct array of formidable challenges. Prolonged periods of arid conditions possessed the capacity to severely stress the grapevines, whilst abrupt deluges of heavy rainfall could potentially induce the developing grapes to rupture. Dionysus diligently imparted sophisticated irrigation methodologies for protracted dry spells, emphasizing the precise application of water, not in excessive volumes that might attenuate the fruit's intrinsic flavor, but rather in sufficient quantities to sustain the vine's robust health. Conversely, for periods characterized by excessive moisture, he demonstrated how meticulous spacing between individual plants significantly enhanced vital air circulation, thereby substantially mitigating the incidence of moisture-related pathologies. Throughout the entirety of this protracted growing season, Dionysus consistently engaged in what the ancient Hellenes termed sympathetic magic, a series of esoteric rites meticulously devised to forge a direct, potent nexus between his inherent divine potency and the progressive maturation of the plants. He would frequently traverse the verdant expanse of the vineyards unshod, permitting his celestial essence to profoundly permeate the very earth beneath his feet. Moreover, he was often heard addressing the vines in an archaic tongue, a primordial language predating even the most ancient forms of human articulation, uttering incantations whose resonant vibrations appeared to harmonize perfectly with the intrinsic energetic frequencies of the burgeoning flora. As the zenith of summer arrived, bringing with it scorching temperatures, the burgeoning grapevines would noticeably decelerate their vigorous development, appearing to enter a phase of serene dormancy. In response to this natural rhythm, Dionysus himself would adopt a more subdued and introspective demeanor. This crucial interlude, preceding the ultimate maturation of the fruit, demanded an extraordinary measure of forbearance, an implicit faith in the inherent efficacy of the biological mechanisms already profoundly established within the ecosystem. The deity was frequently observed spending extended periods beneath the sheltering canopy of an ancient olive tree, strategically positioned at the periphery of a sprawling vineyard. While outwardly appearing quiescent, his divine consciousness remained acutely attuned, registering every minute almost imperceptible transformation occurring within his cherished flora, from the subtle shift in a leaf's hue to the minuscule expansion of a nascent berry. With the gradual onset of autumn, a transformative spectacle would unfold as the verdant grapes initiated their stunning metamorphosis, acquiring their characteristic hues, a pivotal biological phenomenon known as veraison. At this juncture, Dionysus would transition from his reflective state to a more engaged and proactive guardianship. This critical ripening phase was undeniably instrumental in shaping the intrinsic essence and distinctive personality of the forthcoming vintage, prompting the god to bestow an unparalleled level of vigilance throughout these pivotal weeks. Recognizing the inherent diversity and maturation timelines among the myriad grape varietals, he was compelled to undertake a systematic itinerary, traversing numerous vineyards sequentially, diligently monitoring the progressive accumulation of saccharine compounds and meticulously evaluating the physiological ripeness of the seeds, key indicators of optimal quality. The precise determination of the optimal moment for harvesting the fruit constituted arguably the singularly most paramount decision within the entire agricultural continuum. An untimely early harvest would inevitably yield grapes deficient in both their natural saccharine content and the intricate nuances of their aromatic profile. Conversely, a delayed gathering risked the fruit succumbing to overripeness or suffering irreparable harm from the inclement autumnal deluges. Dionysus, with his unparalleled discernment, would meticulously sample individual grapes meticulously selected from disparate sections within each vineyard parcel, evaluating their state of readiness with an almost supernatural exactitude, ensuring the perfect balance was achieved. The actual grape harvest, while destined to burgeon into a boisterous communal festivity, initially commenced as an exceedingly meticulous, almost hallowed undertaking. The very inaugural clusters severed from the vine each season were venerated as profoundly sacred artifacts, embodying the promise and bounty of the year. Dionysus himself would undertake the profound responsibility of personally handpicking these initial bunches, painstakingly selecting those exemplars that flawlessly epitomized the apex of the season's vegetative abundance. These primordial fruits, brimming with their precious liquid, would then undergo a solemn ritualistic pressing, their nascent juice devoutly presented at his consecrated altar, a sacred libation preceding any form of human imbibition or sustenance. The alchemical metamorphosis of humble grapes into the sophisticated elixir of wine constituted yet another intricate facet of Dionysus's understated endeavors. The enigmatic process of fermentation, wherein the simple grape must undergo a profound biochemical conversion into alcoholic wine through the industrious agency of indigenous yeasts, was regarded as an intrinsically recondite and profoundly sacrosanct phenomenon. This imperceptible yet powerful transmutation, where the initial saccharine notes progressively evolve into a far more intricate and potentially inebriating compound, served as a potent allegory, profoundly mirroring the profound spiritual metamorphosis that Dionysus benevolently bestowed upon his devoted adherents. Throughout the critical period of fermentation, Dionysus would maintain a silent vigil, positioned contemplatively beside the voluminous clay amphorae that cradled the newly pressed juice. His keen senses were perpetually attuned to the most evanescent alterations in the evolving aroma and the subtle shifts in the liquid's visual characteristics. He possessed an inherent comprehension that this intricate biochemical progression could not be coerced or accelerated. Rather, the judicious maturation of wine imperatively demanded an unwavering commitment to patience and a disciplined exercise of restraint, virtues frequently marginalized or entirely disregarded in the more sensationalized popular depictions of his cultic practices. The meticulous regulation of temperature during the fermentation phase was of paramount importance, given that diverse vinous styles necessitated distinct environmental parameters. Dionysus, with his profound analogical sagacity, meticulously instructed vintners in the art of strategically relocating their fermentation receptacles to harness either the requisite warmth or the desired coolness, precisely as dictated by the evolving needs of the must. Consequently, certain nascent wines were carefully situated in sun-drenched courtyards to encourage specific reactions, while others found their ideal environment within the serene, cool confines of subterranean grottos. Each carefully chosen locale invariably conferred unique and indelible characteristics upon the developing wine, subtly influencing its final bouquet and palate. Furthermore, the divine patron of viticulture possessed an acute comprehension of the indispensable role of impeccable hygiene in the intricate art of winemaking, a precept remarkably progressive for its historical epoch. The various receptacles employed for both the initial fermentation and subsequent maturation were scrupulously cleansed, first undergoing a purifying ablution with briny seawater, followed by an exhaustive rinsing with fresh water, and finally subjected to a thorough desiccation prior to their deployment. This fastidious regimen, widely ascribed to the prescriptive wisdom of Dionysus, proved extraordinarily effective in precluding a multitude of detrimental spoilage issues that frequently threatened to devastate entire vintages. Once the vigorous effervescence of fermentation had subsided, and the nascent wine began its natural process of clarification, Dionysus would meticulously supervise its delicate transference into specialized storage amphorae. Robust clay receptacles frequently interred partially within the cool, stable embrace of the earth to guarantee consistent thermal conditions. This intricate racking procedure necessitated both impeccable timing and refined technical skill to precisely decant the pellucid wine from the accumulated lees and particulate sediment. The inaugural sampling of the freshly completed wine was invariably conducted amidst a profound stillness, with an intense, unwavering concentration dedicated to discerning the intricate tapestry of evolving flavors and aromatic complexities. The intricate discipline of wine maturation constituted yet another domain within Dionysus's vast repertoire of specialized knowledge. He possessed an innate understanding of which particular varietals would gracefully ameliorate with the passage of time, developing profound depth and character, and conversely, which were optimally enjoyed in their youthful vivacity. He meticulously instructed his followers on which wines would gain from the judicious incorporation of pine resin, a practice that germinated into the modern retsina, or from the subtle infusion of selected aromatic herbs, and which, conversely, ought to retain their pristine, unadulterated essence. Certain exceptional vintages were deliberately allowed to slumber for protracted periods, sometimes spanning many years, meticulously set aside for significant sacred rites, or profound rites of passage such as nuptial celebrations and funerary obsequies. Across the comprehensive trajectory encompassing the initial growth, the meticulous harvest, the transformative fermentation, and the patient aging, Dionysus consistently evinced a spectrum of virtues infrequently underscored within the prevailing narratives of his mythology: an unwavering patience, an exacting precision, a keen aptitude for empirical observation, and a judicious, tempered discernment. Prior to his widespread recognition as the deity presiding over uninhibited, ecstatic abandon, he stood as the venerable patron of systematic viticultural practices and exemplary, painstaking artisanship, embodying a profound commitment to the methodical and the refined. The profound bond Dionysus forged with his cherished grapevines transcended the mere acquisition of conventional agricultural expertise. He perceived each individual vine as a sentient entity, endowed with its own unique temperament and specific requirements. He acutely discerned that every plant responded in a singular fashion to the care it received. Some necessitated robust, unwavering structural support to flourish, while others prospered most effectively with a more hands-off, minimalist intervention. This highly individualized methodology in cultivation profoundly shaped his subsequent interactions with his human devotees, fostering an understanding that diverse individuals inherently mandated distinct pathways to achieve spiritual enlightenment and profound experiential engagement. The introspective Dionysus, observing from the tranquil expanse of his vineyards, meticulously maintained an intricate mental chronicle detailing the multifarious growing conditions spanning not merely years, but entire decades. He possessed the extraordinary faculty to recollect with unerring exactitude the precise precipitation levels recorded during specific vegetative developmental stages a full half-decade prior, or to precisely delineate the impact of an anomalously warm vernal season on the maturation trajectories within a designated viticultural area. This prodigious mnemonic capacity enabled him to deftly recalibrate and refine cultivation methodologies in response to fluctuating environmental circumstances, thereby imparting invaluable wisdom to vintners, guiding them to harmoniously collaborate with nature's inherent variability rather than futilely contending against its immutable forces. In geographical locales where the cultivation of grapevines presented formidable challenges, owing to impoverished soil composition or an inhospitable climatic regime, Dionysus would dedicate additional, unhurried periods to assiduously engineer and refine viticultural practices specifically tailored to the prevailing local ecological specificities. His unwavering tenacity and resourceful ingenuity in these inherently demanding environments culminated in the establishment of flourishing vineyards in territories that, at first glance, appeared entirely unconducive to such agricultural pursuits, thereby significantly broadening the geographical scope of wine production across the entire Mediterranean basin. Even as the devotional practices surrounding Dionysus progressively transformed to encompass the more fervent and ecstatic elements for which he ultimately garnered widespread renown, the deity steadfastly preserved his intrinsic bond with the serene, methodical art of cultivation. The exuberant, often unrestrained revelries characteristic of later Dionysian festivals were invariably counterbalanced by more subdued, profoundly solemn rituals inextricably linked to the annual agricultural continuum. Whereas the broader populace might enthusiastically engage in the theatrical and overtly dramatic public festivities, those individuals who committed themselves more earnestly to his profound worship concurrently revered and participated in these more nuanced, less conspicuous observances, recognizing their foundational significance. Those individuals inducted into the more recondite and profound mysteries of Dionysus were instructed in the comprehensive understanding that the deity's authentic essence encompassed not only the unbridled exuberance and wild revelry associated with wine's consumption, but equally the painstaking, deliberate cultivation that necessarily preceded it. They were profoundly taught that a truly holistic comprehension necessitated an experiential engagement with both facets of his being. The meticulous, systematic labor inherent in fostering growth, alongside the ultimate joyous liberation found in celebration. This fundamental agricultural underpinning consistently manifested in Dionysian iconography throughout the annals of ancient Greek civilization. While more accessible popular artistry frequently depicted him adorned with a wreath of ivy and clutching a wine goblet, the more sacred and esoteric representations often incorporated grapevines, explicitly displaying their subterranean root systems, thereby accentuating the profound nexus to diligent cultivation rather than merely the transient act of consumption. The guiding principle emphasizes a profound shift in perspective, advocating for proactive generation and meaningful contribution instead of merely engaging in passive absorption. This philosophy champions the spirit of ivation, a concept that encapsulates the active creation, innovation, and cultivation of resources, ideas, or value. It suggests a deliberate move away from the simple act of taking or utilizing, which characterizes consumption, towards an ethos of bringing forth, developing, and adding to the existing fabric of society or an individual's capabilities. Such an approach fosters sustainability, promotes ingenuity, and encourages individuals and entities to become architects of progress rather than mere recipients of existing provisions, thereby enriching the collective experience through active engagement and constructive output.